we will start the session. So with your permission, Chair, can we start, Jerry?
Let's go.
Okay.
So I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, I will immediately come to you. Let me just say hello to everyone, and I'll just hand over to you. Okay,
Yep.
so hello again to everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the virtual conference on implications of the COVID-19 crisis for labor and employment in India, impact and strategies and perspectives. In this panel, we are going to explore the international experiences about the COVID-19 crisis. And this session is panel 3 of this conference, which is International Experiences in Employment, Social Protection and Economic Strategy. And the moderator of this session is Dr. Jerry Rogers. He's visiting professor, Institute for Human Development, and is also the former director of the International Institute of Labor Studies, Geneva. Welcome, Dr. Rogers. We are very thankful to you for joining us. The panelists in this session are Dr. Sang-Hyun Lee. He is Director, Employment Policy Department, International Labour Organization, Geneva. So welcome, Dr. Lee. Dr. K.S. Jomo, he's Senior Advisor, Hazana Research Institute, Malaysia, Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development, United Nations, informally. So welcome, Dr. Jomo. We have Professor Marty Chen. He's lecturer in public policy, Harvard Kennedy School, and co-founder, international coordinator, emeritus, and senior advisor, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. Well, you're most welcome, Dr. Chen. We have Professor Kunal Sen. He's Director, United Nations University, World Institute for Development Economics Research, that is the UNU wider, Helsinki, and Professor of Development Economics, University of Manchester. Welcome, Professor Chen. And we have Dr. Jan Preetz, researcher, Brazilian Center for Analysis and Planning and Research Fellow, Social Accountability International, CBRAP, Sao Paulo. So welcome, Jan, and welcome, Dr. Rogerio Barbosa. He's postdoc fellow, Center for Metropolitan Studies, University of Sao Paulo. I now invite Professor Jerry Rogers to commence the proceedings of this session.
Thank you, Priyanka, and good afternoon to everybody. Just let me share my screen. I will share my screen for a moment. So yes, good afternoon, everybody. So I think this effort by ISLE, IHD and IHD to bring together the different strands of the crisis and the social impact in this virtual conference is an important contribution to both analysis and policy. And it reflects the leadership provided by Alex Sharma and the hard work of colleagues at IHD, and in particular, Dev Nathan and Priyanka Tyagi, who are making this event happen and keeping the show on the road. Now, one thing that bothers me in the debate on COVID-19 is how attention is heavily focused on the national level. While there's awareness that it's a global crisis, the news media are dominated by local impacts, statistics, and policies. And that's true almost everywhere. In the UK or the US, in Brazil, in France, or in India. And yet this is one issue where the world is living a collective trauma, and which calls for global solidarity and global responses. But instead we have individual countries trying to control medicines and vaccines, using the crisis for political purposes, blaming other countries for their own failures. The US under Donald Trump is clearly one of the worst offenders, but the problem is general. So in this session, we hope to give a bit of global context to the debate. Now, this first graph is one that I guess we've all seen variations of this. This one is the daily new COVID-19 deaths in a variety of countries. It shows the global nature of the crisis, but what it also shows is that there are so many different trajectories through this crisis. We see India, Chile, Brazil, Mexico, all getting worse. We see France and Germany improving rapidly. And there's a lot to be learned from comparing these different strategies and outcomes. This next slide is taken from a webinar by Geeta Gopinath, who's now the chief economist at the IMF, and there she is in the top right-hand corner of the slide. And the point of this slide is to emphasize how the economic impact of this crisis, the great lockdown, is much greater than the impact of the global financial crisis in 2008. We see that's the graph on the left, and the blue is advanced economies, and the red is emerging market economies. And we see everybody is in negative territory in terms of GDP growth. And the right-hand graph shows that no country is spared. I'm not sure if you can see right to the right of this graph, because on my screen, the pictures of the participants are in the way. But right on the right of the graph, you can see that two-thirds of countries per capita GDP growth is worse than -4%. And those are early figures, so the final outcome will be worse. And just one last little graph to show the diversity. This is also an IMF graph. This shows the percentage of GDP in announced fiscal measures. In blue, it's loans and equity and guarantees, and in red, it's spending and revenue measures across the countries of the G20. And we see huge differences across countries. On the right, you see Italy and Germany putting up huge amounts of cash, but not in terms of spending and revenue, but in terms of loans and guarantees. Many countries are following that strategy, but along here we see Australia and the US. The fiscal effort is less, but it's much more concentrated on tax cuts and expenditure. Down here, India comes in with a relatively small overall fiscal stimulus and a low priority to direct transfers. I'm not sure if that's completely consistent with what Sudipta Mandal told us yesterday, but these things are changing every day, so that so the numbers may be out of date. But the main point is that there's a huge diversity of measures out there, very diverse strategies on the health and employment fronts as well, and there's potentially a great deal to learn about what works and what doesn't. So today's speakers, well, thank you all very much for joining us today. Priyanka has introduced the speakers. There's a great deal of expertise on different aspects of these issues, and I'm looking forward very much to hearing what you all have to say. So thank you for participating. I would ask all speakers to keep within their 15 minutes, and I will remind them when their 15 minutes are up. And that's in order to leave time for questions and discussion after everybody has made their presentations. So with that, let's start. This is the order of the speakers. So Sangun Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jerry, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I'm actually asked to give some overview of the labor market impacts of the COVID-19, and if I do have time, I get into some discussion about the policies, but my main focus will be on the labor market impact so far. Can you show my slide? I'm not sure. Okay, is my slide on? Oh. Priyanka, can you put the slide, please?
Priyanka, there's a problem with the slide, Priyanka. Okay. Sangan, they have an internet connection problem. Could you start your presentation and they will come with the slides in just a moment.
Okay. Okay. So let me see what I can do, man. Okay.
Or if you have the slides on your computer and can share the screen, maybe you could present them yourself.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me start. Sorry again. When we actually start to see this global scale of the health crisis pandemic in February this year, we immediately realized this will lead to the severe labor market disruption. So another job crisis, basically. So that's why actually ILO actually launches what we call the ILO monitor from the early March in order to monitor the labor market impacts. And we just issued the 4th edition, so we are working on the 5th edition. And the why we actually do this and keep monitoring the labor market disruption is partly because of our rather unsuccessful responses to the previous crisis. So let's remember what happens in the financial crisis in 2008 and 9. There was a painful recovery. Economic recovery was slow, but when you look at the employment and the labor income, it's much more slow. So actually, this slow recovery in employment and labor income in turn contributes to the very slow economic recovery itself. As you can see also what you can see from the left side of the screen. And also if you look at the right side of the screen, and the left side screen, let me say a little bit more. The unemployment, for example, global unemployment recovers to the pre-crisis level only 2 years ago, that's 2018. So it took almost 10 years. And then when you look at the unemployment for youth, then it never came back to the pre-crisis level. It remained elevated at around the 13 or the 14%. Also, as you can see from the right side screen, labor productivity continued to increase, but wages and labor income lagged behind. And that's why inequality remained very high, in some cases are even growing. So this time, actually, we don't want to repeat that mistake. And then how can we convey such urgent policy messages? And then how can we make sure this recovery, if it happens, then come along with a very strong job recovery and also the strong recovery in the labor income. So to convey these messages, actually, we try to put all the numbers and our analysis through the monitoring and analyze labor market impact with the best possible data and also the method. And also we updating them on the regular basis. One thing we did in terms of the impact is to see how actually lockdown measures affect workplace. The chart on the screen actually shows the evolution of the proportion of workers who are living in the countries with various lockdown measures, very strict, mandatory, and very soft, also the very light form of the workplace closure. In February, for example, it was around 20% of workers are living in such kind of various types of the workplace closure measures, but it immediately increased to the 90% in March. So since then, the changes are about a bit of composition, less on the mandatory measures and to the more lifted and soft measures. But overall, it's slightly better, but it's far away from being over. Then what about the job losses? We look at the job workplace closures. And in the beginning, actually, we used our standard modeling, which actually predicts annual average of unemployment. This is something what we did for the first edition of our report, ILO Monitor. But soon after, we came to conclude this annual average doesn't make much sense in this situation. In special situations is changing every day. At the same time, looking at the employment figures doesn't make much sense either, because many people, on paper at least, actually manage to keep the job, but they are not working, or they're working shorter hours. So this means we need a shorter time horizon, like a month and the quarter. And also we need to focus on the working hours rather than employment itself. So, but as you can imagine, there is no such data. So this is why we decided to introduce a nowcasting model, which actually takes full advantage of the high frequency data. So the chart on the screen basically showed our latest estimate. Let's look at the current quarter, the second quarter. Initially, we estimate, initially means the last month basically, estimate about the 7% of losses in working hours. But now, this month, we actually estimate it will be around in the magnitude of 10.7%. Of course, these working hour losses include many different things like inactivities, unemployment, and temporary job suspension, and shorter hours and sick leave as well. But what does this 10.7% working hour losses mean? It is equivalent to the 305 million full-time jobs using 48-hour working hour week. Just to put this number in the perspective, because this is not at the unemployment, but in the 2008, at the peak of the global financial crisis, the global unemployment job losses was 22 million. So this we are not talking about the 300 the millions full-time job losses. Yeah. And then, of course, the tougher question is informality. What's going to happen to the informal workers? It's, I mean, traditionally, informal economy or informal work is seen as a bit of the buffer or the last resort in terms of the job opportunities and income. But because of lockdown measures, that's not really the case. I mean, the actual employment of opportunities and availability of the informal jobs very much actually strict at this time. In our estimate, the global workforce is around 3.3 billion. And then out of that, 2 billion are engaged in the informal economy. And as you can see the screen, in our estimate, it's around 62% of the informal workers are at the moment very vulnerable to either lockdown measures or this lack of opportunities. And also simply because they are working in the high risk sectors, for example, service sectors. So it's quite a big number. Then what is going to happen to those workers in terms of the income and the poverty? It's very hard to tell. So, but at least we have to try to come up with some estimate. So we use all the labor survey and introduce some of the scenario. And then we came up with some the analysis. According to that, in the very first month actually crisis begins, we expect that the income of the informal workers could be declined by 60% globally on average, 60%, it's quite a big number. But in the case of Africa and America, this actually, the estimated drop is much higher, around the 80%, which basically meaning in the full scale of the lockdown measures, they immediately they swipe away the incomes for informal workers. Also, this also means the pandemic will actually push actually poverty level quite strongly. We look at the relative informality, but it will increase very, very dramatically across the countries. That's what actually the left side of screen actually shows. Also, we recently look at the youth employment, as I indicated earlier, and the youth employment never recovered from the previous crisis. Unemployment remains very high. And also underemployment, as you can see on the screen, is very high as well. And also more importantly, as of last year, 267 million young people are in needs. Either they are not in employment, education, and training. Of course, this is much higher among women, as the ratio or the need ratio is around the 71%. That was the as of last year, even before pandemic began. But now, another crisis hit the young people, but again, they hit the young people faster and much harder. And also that is important to actually the dimension of this crisis, especially from the perspective of young people. This is not just about the demand crisis. This is also the supply shock as well. So we have dual actual disruption on both demand side and supply side. Let me explain a little bit here. First, the labor demand as expected and much weaker for young people because young people are concentrated on the service and other sectors which are hit by the pandemic very strongly. So but there is no actually strong the official statistics yet. So we actually we undertook the global survey with around the 13,000 respondents. According to this survey, around 17% young people already say they stopped working because of pandemic. And that's not the end of the story. Those actually young people who managed to keep the job, they are now actually the working hours are declining by around the 20%, a bit more. So they have the both shock in the lack of job opportunity and also shorter hours. And at the same time, this pandemic also brought very severe disruption to education and training. As you can see, the chart on the left side of the screen, right side of the screen, the overwhelming majority, in some cases 90% of the TVET institutions were closed down partially or completely. And many of them, of course, shifted to the online courses, but that is a bit of the fallback option they have. There are lots of questions about the quality and scope of these courses. This means that the young people, if there is some new job opportunity comes around in the recovery process, they may not be ready for a new job because they miss the great opportunity of the education and learning and the training. As we know very well from the previous crisis and also well established in the literature, these actually double losses will impact young people, not just now, but throughout their working lives. So basically we call it scarring effects. So if in some likely scenario, this actually massive double the shock with the scarring effects, then there is indeed some genuine risk of the lockdown generation in which basically young people suffered from this shock for the rest of their life. So they are struggling, they will be struggling with these losses for the many years to come. So given all this, actually, the devastating impacts, actually, so what we can do actually from the very early March, actually, we proposed the 4 policy framework, as you can see from the screen. We think it's very important to stimulate the economy using very active fiscal policies and not austerity anymore, and very accommodative policies. And also we need strong policies to support enterprise jobs and the income, basically combining employment and the income support. Pillar 3 is, of course, it's very important to protect the workers in the workplace, especially we are now thinking of how we can organize ourselves for the return to work at the moment or return to office. And of course, the pillar 4 is all these policies needs to be developed on the very strong policy dialogue, especially this is very new situations. It's very important to better understand from our social partners about the situation. But having said all of this, the most important thing is we have to act very fast, and we have to make sure the world back to work as soon as possible. And also all the employment policies must be backed by much better and more comprehensive social protection with strong actually fiscal support. That's important. And more importantly, the policies and actions must be coordinated internationally. This is time the global solidarity, global coordination is absolutely essential. But unfortunately, we are living in the opposite situation at the moment. That is the real risk of this pandemic. In particular, we strongly believe global action should be geared towards creating fiscal space for much needed income and employment support, especially in developing countries where there is a massive challenge with the informal economy. So that's where we need a much more discussion, much stronger actually political, internationally, the debate on this. Otherwise, we actually leave these actually different countries behind again, as we did in the previous crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sangan. I should add that Sangan Lee is actually playing a central role at the ILO in the coordination and development of the ILO's policy response to the employment challenges. So what he says is likely to have major will be reflected in ILO policy. Jomo, our next speaker, Kwame Sundram Jomo, has also played a very important role in the international system, both within the UN bureaucracy in the past and as one of the leading intellectuals in global debates today. And so very glad, Jomo, that you were able to join us, and you have the floor. Please unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, Jerry, and thank you to all concerned for this kind invitation to participate today. It's good to be back at an ISLE meeting conference. And what I would like to do in the next few minutes is to speak to some perhaps general issues. I feel a need to speak about these general issues because I think it's very important for us to recognize the very specific character of the recessions which are taking place in different parts of the world. There's not a single COVID-19 recession. And I think it's important for us to recognize that unlike the last few recessions which we have experienced in the world, this is not essentially a financially driven recession. Finance has undoubtedly contributed to a number of liquidity issues, and that has exacerbated and worsened the character of the recession. But the recession for many countries is largely due to supply side constraints. Supply side constraints imposed by stay-in-shelter lockdowns and physical distancing and other precautionary requirements at the workplace. This is, I think, important for us to recognize because although it has in turn affected aggregate demand by affecting livelihoods and incomes of the population, the fact that this is in fact quite avoidable is important for us to emphasize. As everybody knows, the COVID-19 epidemic began in Wuhan city in China, and it's important to recognize that even in China, the stay-in-shelter lockdowns was imposed in the 3 provinces around Wuhan. It was not imposed in all of China, and there are more than 20 other provinces in China where there was no stay-in-shelter lockdowns imposed across the board. In the rest of East Asia, in the Republic of Korea, in Japan, and other places, and very importantly in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, there was no lockdown imposed. Localized lockdowns were imposed where the epidemic the outbreak had accelerated, and there was a need to contain contagion as far as the outbreak is concerned, but it was not a nationwide lockdown which was imposed. This is important for us to recognize because in the rest of the world, especially in the West, we find that despite the fact that knowledge of the crisis was available from the end of last year, the very end of December, and the WHO declared the epidemic an epidemic of international interest before the end of January. There were very few precautionary actions taken. The WHO fact-finding committee emphasized the need for early precautionary actions, and this unfortunately was not acted upon. We also know that, for instance, in the UK, there was the view that the herd immunity would be sufficient, and until the Imperial College of London issued a study on the 17th of March, the UK government's view was to allow the epidemic to spread. All this is very important for us to recognize because, in a sense, to use a football analogy, these were all own goals, goals which could have been avoided, setbacks which could have been avoided, but which were not avoided because of the failure to take the necessary action. So we now have a COVID-19 recession where and the nature of the recession, of course, differs from economy to economy, depending on the nature of the economy, depending on the proportion of the population affected, those in the formal sector, those in the informal sector, and Professor Chen, I'm sure, will speak to that. She knows the subject much better than I do, certainly. But there are also other elements to consider. Those in agriculture, where the very nature of agricultural work actually has a certain degree of fiscal distancing embedded in it. So what we see is that the crisis has really hit urban areas, particularly where populations tend to be concentrated and where the nature of work tends to be concentrated in ways which lend themselves to the spread of contagion. In East Asia, as I emphasized, because of the effectiveness of precautionary measures, because of the early action which is undertaken, because of rapid testing, and as well as tracing and treatment, we find that it was possible to avoid stay-in-shelter lockdowns. In other words, there was no need for a lockdown of the kind which we have seen in many other countries. So the nature of the lockdowns themselves, I think, are very important to recognize because it works its way very differently in different types of economies and different types of workplaces which are affected, different types of workers which are affected, and so on and so forth. So we cannot really speak of one single global COVID-19 recession. We really need to begin to understand its varied implications in different parts of the world. Now, having said all this, I think it's important to recognize that many of the attempts to try to save employment have largely been confined to the formal sector and usually to larger enterprises. And so, so there is an inequity there because very little has been done in most parts of the world to try to save jobs, businesses, jobs, livelihoods in the informal sector, for instance. Relatively small family enterprises have often not been helped in very effective ways, partly because governments are not very much oriented towards doing anything for this population. So the efficacy of so-called relief measures, and I want to emphasize these are essentially relief measures rather than stimulus measures, because there's a huge difference between a relief measure to mitigate the adverse consequences of the recession on the populations concerned and contrast that with actual stimulus measures. Of course, one cannot deny that spending associated with relief measures will have a catalytic effect on the economy and would contribute to resuscitating aggregate demand. But we should be very careful not to exaggerate the effects thereof. Also, as Sang Hyong, the ILO speaker, emphasized, there has been relatively little international solidarity exhibited in response to this crisis. This is not new. It happened with the last crisis. And as we know, in the case of the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, post-crisis, there were actually quite a number of reductions significant reductions in trade, in trade relations. So there has been relatively little expansion of trade in the decade or so since the global financial crisis. And now we have a very significant attack on those economies which have been forced to liberalize, to open up to international trade, to international investment in various ways. Already there are very clear indications by the US authorities as well as the Japanese authorities that they will try to onshore. They will encourage the companies to onshore their investments ostensibly for strategic reasons, but also this will necessarily mean a significant reduction in trade and the possibilities for countries to produce for exports. We also know that the big impact among the impacts of the crisis have been a significant reduction in commodity prices and a significant drop in demand for quite a number of manufactured goods. What we are likely to see post-crisis, given what has been happening in the US and as well as in Japan, and likely responses from other authorities as well, is that there is going to be a significant reduction in the openness of the global economy in the period looking forward. And this basically raises a number of important questions as to the possibility of industrial policy, of selective industrial policy, prioritizing what might be broadly referred to as sustainable development in the foreseeable future. Particularly coming back to the question of employment again, we have to recognize that the nature of employment generated for export-oriented production, while often considerable, because part of the motivation for investing in developing countries is precisely to lower labor costs. But we also recognize that in many instances, especially when the supply chains and the production linkages thereof are very much internationally integrated. This is part of the so-called genius and success of global value chains, is that these production units are often not very much integrated to the rest of the global economy. So you might see a big direct impact of the people if affected in those enterprises without huge impacts on the rest of the economy because of the lack of integration into the national economies. This, of course, has been pointed out many years ago by a variety of people speaking of this phenomenon in a different context. So, but I think for developing countries in particular, it's important to recognize that outside of the formal sector, which is usually a minority, a small minority accounts for a small minority of employment, the impact has been huge. Many small enterprises, micro enterprises, which were basically not terribly profitable, but enough to provide livelihoods for those involved, have basically been wiped out. You basically have had, depending on the country involved, many of them are no longer able to produce, are no longer able to work, no longer able to, most importantly, no longer able to sell. This, of course, raises a lot of problems as far as liquidity is concerned. The liquidity of these enterprises is concerned, and this, of course, has tremendous effects in terms of employment. So what this means in particular economies is very, very different. It's very difficult for us to generalize, no matter how many variables your general equilibrium models might have, to make any sense of what is likely to happen in these kinds of situations. And I think here, for those who are more quantitatively inclined, the contribution of social accounting matrices, as opposed to the old input-output models, social accounting matrices which which actually capture the flows of funds, which complement the flows of goods and services, enable us to have a better understanding of the nature of the economy. But again, this is very, very context specific. It's not something which one can generalize too much about. And that's why, if I may sound slightly cynical, I do not take Dr. Gopinath's projections or anybody else's projections very, very seriously. What is important really is what is happening at the national level. And if we can aggregate, then that's good. But at the national level, often we do not have the kind of information which allows us to begin to understand some of these processes. Let me turn quickly to social protection. It is often said that social protection is far more developed in the developed economies of the West and Japan, but it is wanting in many developing countries. While there is some truth to this broad assertion, I think it's important to recognize that there have been, as UNRIS, the United Nations Research Institute on Social Development, has shown in a number of studies that there are actually a variety of social protection measures which are already in place and not necessarily always government finance, but nonetheless very much in place in many economies. And this will be very important in terms of us beginning to understand some of this, the impact of some of this. Now, recent work.
I make, Jomo, I make that 15 minutes. So if you could take just a couple of minutes more.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Jerry. If I just make one last point on social protection, I think it's very important to recognize that the evidence from a lot of field work done by the Food and Agriculture Organization, among other institutions, shows us that a lot of funds which are disbursed in connection with social protection actually contribute to production. And this, I think, is very important for us to recognize, because it's often said, why do you want to have relief measures for the poor and so on and so forth? They do not contribute to production and so on and so forth. The last point, if I may say so, is the opportunities for sustainable development. So many people have commented that the skies in their own countries and the rivers and they are much cleaner than they ever were before. This reminds us of the importance of bringing back the Sustainable Development Agenda. And this might seem a bit ironic, particularly given the high price of, the low price of fossil fuels in this crisis. But I think this is there is a huge opportunity for us to move very, very seriously to considering the range of sustainable development challenges. But particularly, I would like to emphasize the possibilities of promoting renewable energy in many of these countries, especially since at least two types of renewable energy, photovoltaic solar panels, as well as wind turbines, are actually very, very competitive with the normal, so-called normal prices of fossil fuels other than coal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jomo. So next speaker is Marty Chen. I think most of you know Marty for her work both in India and elsewhere. She's a tireless advocate for the recognition and support for women in the informal economy. So we look forward to hearing from you, Marty. I think Priyanka, that the slides that you're back, so you can do Marty's slides.
Yes, we can. We are back.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Well, thanks so much to IHD and ILO and ISLE and all the organizers. It's such a delight to be sort of in India via Zoom and to be with so many longtime friends and colleagues. I'm going to speak about the informal economy, but in a particular way. I chose not to talk about so much the impact of the lockdowns per se, but to look at the pre-crisis and the post-crisis, if you will, a bit more. The WeGo network has done a rapid appraisal and this week launched a 12-city study. We're going to have quite a bit of data by July. But we know already, because we're a global network with organizations of informal workers, that the crisis immediately went from a work to an income to a food crisis, because these households had very little savings to draw down and not enough food stock. And we know that they don't have much reserves for the recovery period. So we're very concerned about that. We also know that there are different pathways of impact depending on whether you're a home-based worker connected with a global value chain or a street vendor who's not allowed to vend in your city. And I chose to focus on cities and the self-employed because I think we tend to think of labor, we tend to always resort to thinking of them as wage labor. And so much of the world is self-employed. And when you're self-employed, labor law and labor regulations are far less relevant than other areas of regulation, like we heard yesterday from GMOL, among others. And for the urban self-employed in the informal economy, the city and its policies has a lot to do with how well they fare. So I'm focusing on the self-employed. And I should say, just to echo things that have been said, that most of the self-employed in the informal economy are working in single person or family units. It's only like 3% of all self-employed are employers. So most of these units are very small, and they're not reached by the stimulus packages like Jomo has just said and others have said. And they're also not affected often by the unemployment packages. They're sort of left in the middle in terms of the relief responses. So that's the prefacing remarks. Next slide, please. And I wanted to convey the key messages right up front. And here I wanted to say that what we see around the world and what we see playing out in India, there are a lot of commonalities. So first is pre-COVID. The informal workforce faced what I've chosen to call the 3 I's, which was inequities, injustices, and indignities. And in part, or large part, this was because the dominant narratives about the informal economy are so negative. It's assumed they're somehow illegal, they're non-compliant, they're non-productive, they're a drag on the economy. You name it, there are negative stereotypes abounding about the informal economy. But there's also a point that we work on a lot, which is there's a misfit between the existing legal and policy frameworks and the reality of informal work, in large part because of the large percentage of the self-employed. What we see with COVID is, in addition to the horrific impact on the workers, which we're tracking all the time, it's exposed all the fault lines, the ravines, if you will, in labor markets, including the 3 I's of the informal workforce. But it's also shown a spotlight on the role that informal workers play in the provision of essential goods and services. One of the most poignant interviews I saw on public television in the US was of 2 emergency medical technicians, one white, one black, guys in their 40s, let's say, in New York City. And they earned about $37,000 a year and had no health insurance and were working long shifts. And both of them spoke initially only about the patients because they bonded with each patient and didn't know whether they were going to survive after they moved them out of the ambulance into the hospital. So they're providing their frontline workers, but they're not getting the basic protections and the PPE that's needed. And so I wanted to also point out that I see 3 possible scenarios post-COVID, and whether I'm talking the virus, I'm really talking about the lockdowns, I guess, because I think the virus, we're not going to be post in a long while. So there are 3 possible scenarios. One is the old deal. We return to the old normal, which was bad for informal workers. Or we have a worse deal, which is the reversal of gains made for informal workers. And we heard yesterday quite poignantly about all of these state ordinances that are undermining labor rights and also social protection for informal workers, and asking for a 12-hour workday and other things. And we heard that the MSME framework has been redefined to put even more bias towards the larger corporate enterprises, and even less will flow to the micro. Or we could have a new deal. You know, isn't this a moment that we could really seize to have reforms to protect the workers and promote their livelihoods? So those are my messages. Next slide. What I'm going to do is use two cases, street vendors and waste pickers, and use them to illustrate the pre-existing injustices and the role they've played in essential goods and services, even during the crisis, and some promising examples of inclusive relief responses to them. And then I'll end with a slide on, are we going to go from relief to recovery and reforms, or are we going to go into these reversals? But first, two slides on data, on the size and then the composition of the informal economy in India and elsewhere. The first slide, next slide, please. So, as many of you know, we now have the first ever global estimates of informal employment, thanks to the ILO, with a bit of hand-holding with WeGo. We've worked with the ILO for 2 decades on this, and we're thrilled to have these global estimates. So we now know that globally, 61% of all workers are informally employed, 2 billion. And we know that in cities, 44%. In developing countries, these percentages are far higher at 90 and 79%. But India, an emerging country, comes out just where the average is for developing countries. So India's labor market has many features of a developing country. And you should note that even in emerging countries, it's well over half of all workers are informally employed. Next slide. This is the composition of informal employment by self-employment and wage employment. I should add that we've been working with the ILO, and we now have a third meta category, which is going to be further developed, called dependent contractors, because a lot of the so-called self-employed are actually not as independent as they are set out to be. But for now, we have 2 meta categories, self-employment and wage employment. And globally, just under 2/3 of informal workers are self-employed. You move to developing countries and it's 79%. And then you go to India, and for me, this is the recent 2017-18 periodic labor force survey results. It's lower than I expected. But we do know that in India, a lot of wage employment, including for the public sector and the private sector, is increasingly informal. And so India's percentages of self-employment and wage employment is remarkably closer to the developed countries than even the emerging. So it's interesting. Next slide. All right, let me give the first of the 2 examples. These are street vendors, and they represent, anywhere from 5 to 14% of total urban employment in different countries. And they play a critical role in food security. There's a study done in 11 cities in sub-Saharan Africa by the African Center for Cities. And it shows that 70% of households in low-income areas in these 11 cities normally source their food from informal traders. 1/3 buy food from informal traders daily, and nearly 2/3 at least once a week. And we heard yesterday from Sudhir Narayan, thank you very much, that 90% of food retail trade in India, if I heard her correctly, is either by street vendors or the corner stores, the Kirana stores. Before COVID, in most cities, street vendors faced harassment, bribes, confiscation of goods on a daily basis. We track the global news and we get news of this all the time. And of course, evictions on a regular basis. But in some cities, and we also try to track the good practices, they're recognized for their contributions. And the natural markets of street vendors where they congregate for generations have been protected. During COVID, in most cities and during the lockdown, in most cities, street vendors were not allowed to operate. But in some cities, they were recognized as providing essential goods, especially if they sold food and especially if it was fresh fruit and vegetables. Next slide. So I just wanted to share two examples from the lockdown period. One is from South Africa. 7 days into the lockdown, in response to pressure from civil society, including WEGO, the government declared informal food vendors to be essential service workers. So in consultation with public health experts, WEGO prepared health safety guidelines and posters for informal traders, which called for having water points at their workplaces, which is a deficit of long-standing that their workplaces don't get sufficient, but then also the sanitizers and bleach and safe layouts, spacing the vendors, and then testing of the vendors as well as the customers. And the public health experts in South Africa concluded that as long as these health safety measures are followed, the informal traders can trade as safely as supermarkets. Another example closer home is a vegetable on wheels scheme introduced by the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, and SEWA, the well-known Self-Employed Women's Association, collaborated. Under this scheme, vegetable vendors are allowed to sell vegetables and milk in certain neighborhoods across the city. And the city has deployed drivers of e-rickshaws to go pick, the vegetable vendors go early morning to the wholesale market, which unfortunately was moved. One was closed, so they had to go even further than they normally go. And they would buy the vegetables. And I'm not sure where they got the milk, but they also sold milk. And then the e-rickshaw drivers were sent to where the vendors live and loaded their goods and transported the vegetable vendors along certain routes of the city. Next slide is just to say, in other places as well, there's been creative use of public space for street vending during the lockdowns. And these are photos from Myanmar and Indonesia. Next slide, please. So now we turn to waste pickers. Globally, they represent somewhere between 1% and 2% of the urban workforce. And they provide the essential service of collecting waste and then reclaiming the recyclable waste, which I should hasten to note that if you're just a garbage collector, private company hired by the city, your incentive is just to collect and dump and not reclaim. So the waste pickers, the traditional waste pickers, they're cleaning cities and they're also reducing carbon emissions. Before COVID, in most cities, they were denied access to waste and to dumps and landfills and harassed by local authorities. But in a growing number of cities, they have been granted contracts and infrastructure to collect and recycle waste. So in a country like Colombia, it's now over 25 cities are giving contracts to associations or cooperatives of waste pickers. And there are 2 or 3 cities.
After you are running out of time, could you?
Okay, all right, I'll move right along. So during COVID, in most cities, the dumps and landfills were closed, and the demand in buyers for the recyclable waste was down, as were the prices. but in some cities they were recognized as essential service providers. But the worry was protective gear. Next slide. The two examples quickly from Brazil, where there are two Brazilians. This is from Belo Horizonte, where there's a long-standing platform called the Waste and Citizenship Platform. And this group developed a manual for the resumption of segregated waste with safety measures, 3 types of safety measures. And they mapped the costs and taxes and other operating expenses of the cooperatives to resume following the safety measures. And here in Pune, India, there's a cooperative formed by a union of waste pickers that have a contract with the city, and they negotiated the right to continue that contract, but we're very concerned about the protection. The waste pickers are very concerned about medical waste. I don't think we've given much thought to medical waste in this crisis. Next slide. Just to say they put out an appeal for funding to help the 7,000 waste pickers with ration and PPE. So the final slide. So the question is, what scenario are we going to follow going forward? We see, I'm half optimist. I guess I'm more than half optimist. I'm practical champion of these workers, that there's some opportunity here for transformation because these workers are being recognized and their contribution. And there's such a spotlight. I've never heard the informal economy mentioned by so many different organizations as right now. And more so than the last recession, I might say. So there's an opportunity to integrate the urban informal workers into urban plans, the natural markets, the street vendors, and the waste collection services. There's a huge need to extend social protection to informal workers in general, but we also need the inclusion of informal worker leaders in urban governance. So I'm glad the pillar that ILO has on social dialogue. But there are these threats of negative reversals. So in the name of protecting the public, they're being stigmatized as vectors of the virus. And there's a real threat that they'll be permanently displaced from their sites of work. There'll be increased police harassment and violence and even deeper stigmatization. But I just wanted to end, if I may, Jerry, on a really positive development in New York City on Sunday. And this is in the aftermath of the terrible, brutal, horrific killing of George Floyd and the police violence that has been so spotlighted. And what has happened is that the mayor of New York City has said that the New York Police Department, the NYPD, the famous NYPD, is no longer going to be in charge of regulating street trade in the cities. And I spoke to the Egyptian who's head of the Street Vendor Alliance in New York City and said, is the devil you know better than the devil you don't know? And he just was so excited that this had happened because he said so many of the street vendors are immigrants. And it's very intimidating to be approached by the NYPD. And he's really hopeful that the city will find a well-trained and very sensitive unit to regulate street trade in that city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marty. Next speaker is Kunal Sen, who is also somebody who I think most of the people participating in this conference know Kunal and his work very well. And since he has been appointed director of WIDA, he has been also responsible for building up a program. I guess you've done it very rapidly, building up a program of research into COVID-19 and its impact, its connection with the development agenda. So Kunal, you have the floor. You have to unmute your mic, Kunal. It's still muted. Bottom left of your screen in principle. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And can you see my slides?
Yes.
All right, great. So just to say that it's really great to be participating in this conference virtually, Jerry, and thanks so much for the invitation. I've been in several ISLE conferences in the past, and it's very nice to be in a different way attending this conference. So what I want to speak about is really a little bit about something that's already been touched by a little bit by Marty in her presentation, the Sub-Saharan African experience. It's important to kind of keep Sub-Saharan Africa in mind because as I think many of you do understand that Sub-Saharan Africa's labor markets are not that different from India's, and we'll see exactly what I mean by that. So I'm going to speak roughly around this for four topics. One in the public health implications of the government response, and this I'll go through very quickly. I want to spend a little bit of time in talking about Africa's labor market and how we should think about it, and then use that as a way to think about what might happen, what might have happened with the pandemic, and bring some country examples. And then again, very, very quickly on policy responses that we're seeing in Sub-Saharan Africa. So public health responses, one thing that's important to keep in mind is that we have a very good study by the Imperial College COVID-19 response team, which kind of models what one might expect in different scenarios of infections, hospitalizations, critical care demand, deaths. Under different scenarios, one is that when there is no public health response to infection spread, one when there is some response, and finally when there is quite a strong response, which is essentially what we mean by lockdown policies. And what's interesting about this particular modeling exercise is that you can see that in terms of, obviously once you bring in some kind of lockdown policies, you tend to see lower infection rates, hospitalization, critical care, deaths. That's fairly obvious. But when you compare Sub-Saharan Africa with, say, South Asia or other parts of the world, in terms of infection rates, normalized by population, you see not very much difference, and maybe even a bit higher than, let's say, North America, Latin America, and so on. But when you look at the demand for hospitalization and critical care and deaths, you see much lower per capita indicators. In other words, what suggests is because of Sub-Saharan Africa's lower, much younger population, age mortality rates tend to be much higher. Older people, Sub-Saharan Africa might not get the brunt of in terms of deaths and hospitalizations as you've seen in Europe and perhaps also Latin America. Now, one has to be careful about this particular modeling exercise. One is that we still do not know because infection is still spreading in Sub-Saharan Africa. Secondly, to keep in mind, this is purely talking about the demand for hospital beds and critical care. And as we know, in Southern Africa, there is very weak provision of critical care and ICU ventilators, for example. And therefore, this is not modeling excess demand, which is what probably is more important from our point of view. But just to keep in mind that the way this particular pandemic played out from a public health dimension in Sub-Saharan Africa may well be very different from other parts of the world. Okay. Now, one other thing that's important is that even though, as I said earlier, that it seemed that infection spread has not been as much in Sub-Saharan Africa as it is in India, Latin America, and Europe, you've seen that African countries tended to move to pretty drastic lockdown policies by the end of March. So this is at the end of March, and you can see, if you look at the vertical axis, 100% is the most stringent lockdown policies, which means closure of schools, closure of workplaces, internal controls of movement, border closures, all of that. So if you look at that, you can see many countries are close to 100%, and if not that, very close to it. It's around 80-90%. So by the time we got to end March, most African countries had gone for fairly stringent lockdown policies. But that there was variation across countries. So say on 16th March, you can see Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa on the left-hand side on terms of stringency levels. By the time we got to just 10 days later, 26th March, South Africa had moved pretty much to 100%. And we know this because in South Africa, there was a very stringent lockdown policy. While in Uganda and Kenya and Nigeria, that wasn't the case. So there was also temporal variation in lockdown policies, which we need to keep in mind when we think about the employment effects of the pandemic. Again, this is perhaps well known, and Marty mentioned this earlier. that Sub-Saharan Africa does share one thing in common with South Asia, and that is that it has a very high share of informal employment. So it has about 80% of its non-agriculture employment in informal work, 60% of urban employment in informal work, and a remarkable 90% of its new jobs over the past decade in informal work. So new jobs have been created are mostly in informal jobs. And this is both work that's done by the ILO, but others too. So that's something that one has to keep in mind. And that's similar to what we see in India. And then in this particular graph, you can see share of informal employment, just looking at non-agricultural sectors for around 2018, again from the ILO. And you can see, except for a few countries that are on the left-hand side of this graph, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Cape Verde, almost every other African country has informal employment around 75 to 1%. So the majority of the workers are in the informal sector. That's again something that one has to think about when you think about the pandemic's effects on employment. We've been doing in UNE-wide, they're trying to think through the labor markets, not just in Sub-Saharan Africa, but across all developing countries. I'll just put up this particular schema, and I'll try to explain this to you in a couple of minutes, in 2 minutes. So if you think about a working age population, there are 3 ways you can think about it: either employed, unemployed, or out of the labor force. We know that in Sub-Saharan Africa, a relatively small proportion of the workforce are unemployed. They tend to be employed or out of the workforce. And within the employed, we have self-employment and wage employment. You also know that in Sub-Saharan Africa, as also in India, a lot of workers are self-employed. And that's not the case in Latin America or East Asia. And then going down further to formality status, we have formal workers, both in self-employment and in wage employment, and informal workers. And the next thing that's important here, and the formal and informal distinction is of course quite well known, but the next thing that's important is to keep in mind that even in informal work, there are upper tier informal work and lower tier informal work. Upper tier self-employment would be, Marty mentioned this, employers, but could also be those with vocational training, plumbers, electricians, mechanics, and self-employment. Upper tier employed would be those who do not get labor law protection, those who do not get Social Security benefits, but might get some de facto benefits. For example, housing, subsidized meals, and so on. The low self-employment, almost surely completely household enterprises, own account workers, and contributing family workers. While lower tier wage employment would be casual wage workers. In the Indian case, it would be agricultural laborers and construction workers. So it's important to keep in mind that even in the informal sector, there may be different kinds of informal work, both self-employment and wage employment, but also upper tier and lower tier. Now, if you apply the schema to Sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm just looking at 4 countries where we could get comparable data, there are there's one interesting difference here between South Africa and Ghana, Tanzania, and Uganda. In South Africa, we tend to see relatively limited self-employment, and a lot of workers either are wage employed, either formally wage employed or in upper informal wage employed. That's the difference between South Africa and the other countries. But for the other 3 countries, it's quite clear that self-employment is a very large category, the largest in all these 3 countries. And then if you count, and lower tier self-employment is the largest category. And then if you count lower tier self-employment with lower tier wage employment, pretty much you're getting the majority of the workers in Sub-Saharan Africa, at least using these 3 countries as examples, are in lower tier informal work, whether self-employment or wage employment. There are relatively small proportion of workers, obviously in the formal sector that we know, but also in the upper tier informal work, whether self-employed and wage work. So that's something to keep in mind. And this may well be what we also intend to see in India. Now, the question then is, how may have the pandemic affected the different tiers of the African labor market? First, think about formal self-employment, wage employment. Now, we know that already we've seen commodity prices falling. We've seen collapse in export markets. Garments, for example, is crucial, is an important example here. Tourism. So those workers in formal self-employment and wage employment who are in those sort of tradable sectors would have been pretty badly affected. There'll be limited effect in other sectors, the more non-credible sectors, especially where remote working is possible. It is quite possible in many contexts in many of the formal sector work to work from home. And of course, this will depend on internet coverage, which varies a lot across Africa. Kenya is very different, say, from Mozambique in this case. Now, moving on to the next category, upper tier self-employment and wage employment, upper tier informal self-employment and wage employment. This particular group of workers would see significant effects, partly because they are less likely to work from home, and partly because lockdown policies certainly affected them in terms of their mobility and the kind of jobs that they were working in. But the category that was possibly the worst affected, and I'll try and present some evidence on this, is a lower tier informal self-employment and wage employment, pretty much because lockdown policies in many of the African countries shut down street vending, casual wage labor, and so on. You could just not get out of your home to work. So this group would have been the most badly affected, and I think that's something to keep in mind, that while the pandemic obviously affected employment across all these different categories of workers, it might have affected employment the most in the most vulnerable sector, which is the lower tier informal self-employment, wage employment. Now, we don't really have very good data on what's happening in Sub-Saharan Africa. We have some real-time studies that are coming out and are still quite limited in the sample size and the coverage. This is one study I just picked up, the McKinsey study, which one can argue how much reliable the study might be, but it just gives some kind of a ballpark numbers. It's talking about 9 to 18 million formal jobs being lost, and about 100 million informal jobs being vulnerable to income loss in Sub-Saharan Africa. It does give a useful kind of a disaggregation by sector, and I think it kind of is in accord with what we might otherwise think. So it, for example, says that the sector is going to be most badly affected. It's the retail and wholesale sector. They will see significant formal job loss and salary reduction, the possible salary reductions. And it's the same sector where informal jobs are the most vulnerable. That is surprising, because this is the sector that will be most badly affected by lockdown policies. Interestingly, manufacturing is also badly affected in this case, both for formal jobs, but also informal jobs. Agriculture, mostly for informal jobs, not as much for formal jobs. Agriculture in any case doesn't have too many formal jobs. Construction also surprisingly not as significant effects as you might expect, say in India. So we can see variation across sectors, and by and large, this seems to be in accord with what we might think. Now, I tried to look, there were a few studies which one found which does some real-time analysis. In other words, collecting data on workers' employment and earnings over the last few months. This is a study that looks at 3 West African countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Senegal. The important thing here is that you can see that pretty much, the job loss that's happening, and this is pretty much in accord with what I was arguing earlier, is happening in the informal sector. So you can see in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Senegal, share of individuals who might be losing their jobs is 4.2% for formal jobs in Burkina Faso, 8.2% in Mali, and 7.5% in Senegal. But compare that to informal job loss, 48%, Burkina Faso 33.6%, Mali, and 42% in Senegal. So clearly there's a symmetrical effect, and that's not surprising. Same thing applies to earnings, though here the difference is not as much. In other words, both formal sector workers and informal sector workers are both seeing a decrease in earnings, but more so informal sector. Then when we look at people working from home, not surprising, as we said, that those who are in the formal sector are able to work more from home across these 3 countries. And the other finding which is interesting is that it's really the informal sectors which are in high-risk sectors. In other words, sectors with high contact rates. This is obviously trade, construction, and so on. And that's something that tells us that this pandemic's effects is very asymmetrical across sectors and across employment categories. The Uganda, we have some evidence also looking at SMEs. Again, going to a real-time analysis of what's happening the last few months. And here again, you can see that for SMEs, and this is interesting because here we see that agriculture is being very badly affected. but also manufacturing and services. And in fact, in the case of a reduction in the workforce of more than 50%, we can see manufacturing actually seem to be the one where you see the most number of jobs being lost. So that's interesting, which is telling us that we do seem to see country level variation, across country variation in the way the pandemic is affecting employment. Some countries it's affecting employment more in manufacturing, in some countries affecting employment more in services.
I make that about 15 minutes. So could you wrap up in a couple?
I want to just conclude by this last slide. I'm not going to go through everything here. What I want to say, and this again goes back to what what was said to the previous speakers, that much of what we've seen in Sub-Saharan Africa, and this is a summary of what we've seen in Sub-Saharan Africa, which you put together in a working paper recently, it seems to be mostly targeted formal sector workers. So paid subsidies for furloughing schemes, which some of it extended to informal workers, some subsidies for new employment training subsidies, payments to self-employed. So there's been a targeting of whatever we've seen in Sub-Saharan Africa more to the formal self-employed and the formal wage employed. There's been relatively little that's been provided to the informal sector, even though, as we've already seen, the numbers are much larger in the formal sector number of workers, and they're the ones who are being most badly affected. And what we normally have seen in Sub-Saharan Africa is informal workers being supported by social assistance schemes, which are imperfect and really don't do their job. So there is an argument here, at least in the African case, and maybe also in the Indian case, of having urban employment programs patterned around the NREGA type programs, which are in more of the contact intensive sectors, construction, retail, and so on, but which are the ones which are also where we see much higher proportion of lower tier informal workers. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Kunal. A lot of issues there. And now we will cross the South Atlantic Ocean to Brazil. I believe, Jan, you're going to present for the two of you, aren't you? So that Jan and Rogério were both associated with the comparative study of the development trajectories of India and Brazil that we did at IHD a few years back. So they know something about the connections between Brazil and India. So Jan, you have the floor.
Actually, Rogério will start to present, and I follow him later.
Okay, go ahead, Rogério.
Jerry, for the invitation. It's a very great opportunity, and I enjoyed very much the previous presentations as well. I hope this can be useful to you. I will share my screen now. Okay. Are you seeing my screen? Well, we are part of this large initiative, which is called the Solidarity Research Network. And we are composed of more or less 60 researchers and 20 institutions. We're just a small part of it. My presentation will be based on the following topics. I will say about the nice trajectory of the Brazilian economy before the COVID-19 and before a crisis that hit the country at 2015. Then how the COVID encountering this economy recovery formed actually the perfect storm. And then what are the main two policies to tackle the situation? We do not have real-time data yet, so we will be based on some simulations of what is probably going to happen to the Brazilian labor market in the next weeks, right? This is our research team. I will not take very long here. Well, before the COVID-19, as I said, we are a nice trajectory before the COVID-19, where we were seeing this nice growth here. The poorest strata of the we're experiencing more or less a growth of 10 to 15% every 3 years since the early 2000s.
Rogério, we're having trouble. You have microphone problems, maybe? Could you?
Are you hearing me?
It breaks up a little bit.
It breaks up a little bit. I know I will try to say things a little bit slower. My connection here is nice. Are you hearing me?
On and off, yes.
Okay, I will try to speak this way. Well, as I said, Brazilian labor market was kind of experiencing a nice poor growth until 2015, and things changed very rapidly at that time. So this 2015 crisis here is probably some kind of lag of the experience of the 2008 crisis. Until then, were experiencing a drop in informality. Then the changes here, informality started to increase again. Unemployment, which were at 7%, increased to 15% almost. Gini coefficient started to increase again. It was dropping from more or less 7% a year. Sorry, 0.07 in Gini coefficient measure a year. Well, this is our trend of unemployment from 2012 to 2020, right? Unemployment reached its peak here, and then we will try to make some simulations to see what happened afterwards. This is the informality in Brazil in all sectors, right? It was more or less 50% in the early 2000s, and then it dropped to 38% in 2015, and started rising again afterwards. So this 2015 crisis hit the labor market, fully recovered after that. This is poverty trends. So this is Brazilian government times. So this one here in the middle more or less resembles the $1.90 PPP of the World Bank. Poverty increased to 11.8% according to this measure, and according to the World Bank measure of the for mid-income countries, we have more or less 7% of unemployment these days. It's important to say that our major program to tackle poverty, which is called Bolsa Família, started being underfunded from 2014 and afterwards. Because with the start of this crisis, the government budget shrink very much, and social assistance was not part of the priorities of the government. So during the crisis, actually, the investment on the poor dropped very much. So that's it. I think Ian will take off from here.
Well, thank you, Rogério. Thanks everyone for joining, especially Jerry for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, sharing with you our results in our network. Pode passar. And now we're talking about the coordination and social distance policies, so you can have a brief view of how Brazil government deals with the COVID-19 pandemic. And well, we didn't have a lockdown strict sense. Actually, we had social distance policies that were implemented independently by each state, since the federal government was not really pushing up to this. Our president, Jair Bolsonaro, underestimates the pandemic since the beginning and has not made a lot of effort to enforce social distancing. Exactly the opposite. He used to say that social distance is not important and the pandemic is not so serious. And the result, as you can see in these maps, is that social distance policies started in March 15 by the states. Till March 14, we didn't have social distance policies. And so there has been a decrease in trips by the end of March. You can see that almost all states had significantly dropped in trips, and almost the whole country is blue by the end of March, 28 March. And from the beginning of April, on the other side, the compliance starts to drop, and you can see that the result is quite different according to the states. Pink color means less compliance, and this is from April 14, the last data we have on this. But today we are already starting the opening up, so the compliance is even lower. For this reason, it's not a surprise that Brazil is the leading country in daily news case, as Jerry just showed in the beginning of his presentation. And Brazil may get the first place on deaths, surpassing the US by the end of July. So this is our situation now. Pode passar. So what we did to understand the impact of COVID-19 on labor markets? Since we didn't have real-time data, we did some projections, as Rogerio already said, of the workers' degree of vulnerability in the beginning of the pandemic. So, we created a typology in which we classified economic sectors according to how government classified them as essential or not essential, and also according to the employment relationship. Within essential sectors, we divided those which has been more and less affected using data from Google Mobility reports and credit cards. And for the workers, we divided then the formal sector into those who are public employees or works in large companies and those who works in small companies. This typology created three main groups: the so-called historical vulnerable, that are the informal workers, a new group that we call new vulnerable, that are formal workers but in sectors non-essential or highly affected by the pandemic. So together they are 83% of Brazilian labor market. We estimated that in the beginning of the crisis, 83% of Brazilian labor market was in vulnerable positions. Of course, historical vulnerable are more vulnerable than the new vulnerable. Pode passar. However, you can see that the social demographic characteristics are very different. We have a racial cleavage related to employment relationship in the vertical axis, the gender cleavage related to occupational segregation in the horizontal axis. So for this reason, Black women is the most vulnerable groups. They are mainly in occupations such as domestic services, cleaning, and so on. The new vulnerable on the other side is more educated group, and there is a higher percentage of white women. And then we have white men in less vulnerable groups, and a lot of Black men also in the informal workers, but in less affected sectors. Pode passar, Zé. So what the Brazilian government did to fight the pandemic? Basically, two main policies. The first one is this emergency basic income, and reaches around 60 million people and provides a monthly benefit of around $120 up to 3 months to each person that fulfills the requirement that is relatively generous. The threshold for eligibles is a half minimum wage per capita around $100. This program has a centralized implementation through an app from a state-owned bank and reaches around 25% of the Brazilian population today. And the second main policy, pode passar, is exclusively to formal workers, and the main goal is to avoid layoffs in the formal labor market. So in this case, employees and employers can make an agreement that can be the suspension of the contract or the reduction of working hours with salary reduction in the same proportion. So, pode passar de novo, Rogério. Next slide. So since we don't have the real-time data, we estimated the effects of all these trends: unemployment, the formal workers program that we call MEP 936, and the emergency basic income program. We used probabilistic micro-simulations with the National Household Sample Survey. The main results are in this next table. We have a baseline scenario that gives us the picture before the crisis. A second scenario when only the formal workers programs incidence, And other three scenarios where we bring both policies together under different unemployment trends. The X column shows the result without the benefits, while the X post column shows the result after workers and families received the benefits. You can see that in all scenarios, there is a huge drop on family incomes due to the unemployment and to the formal workers policy. Since the formal workers policy reduces the work salary and has a very strong and negative effect. On the other hand, there is a high decrease in the poverty rates because the benefit reaches around 25% of the population and provides an income that is more than 3 times the value of the poverty line. At the same time, there is a strong reduction in the Gini coefficient, as you can see in the right side. This happens for 2 main reasons. Formal workers that are in the middle of the income distribution become poorer, and poor people become less poor. So we have a situation of less inequality, but with the pauperization of the middle class. In other words, a large part of the income distribution become more equal in a situation very close to the poverty line. So these are our main results for our simulations. I think we are running up, so we can go to the next slide. So to sum up, regarding labor market, we have some general trends. Unemployment rates rose to 17% in April and may reach 27% in the next 2 months if trends continue. Informal works were the most affected. We have seen this in different countries in the previous presentations. But in Brazil, the National Statistic Office already shown that 70% of the 5 million dismissals between March and April are in the informal sector. So from 5 million dismissals, around 3.5% were informal workers. Regarding we are finished.
Yes, that this number here is not the official number of unemployment in Brazil.
Rogerio, we can't hear you properly, I'm afraid.
I will stay quiet.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So that's it. Jano, you have some more?
Yeah, it's almost the next one. So household per capita income would have dropped by more than 10% by April if there was no compensatory policy. Poverty drops as long as the cash transfer lasts. It's just 2 to 3 months. It's good to remind. And inequality dropped in all scenarios we estimated. So that our last slide is that more than 8 million workers have made some kind of working hours and salary reduction agreements. The policy is not completely efficient in avoiding layoffs, and formal workers are never fully compensated. And regarding emergency basic income, it's a very effective policy for the poor, but does not reach the new vulnerable. Although very expensive in the long run, there is evidence that the crisis is actually attenuated by payment of benefits. And just to finalize, I think that's important to address the question of the kind of welfare state we want for the post-COVID crisis. In Brazil, social policies have been dismantled over the past 5 years, and the pandemic made clear the importance of social security programs. And universal basic income program is being discussed worldwide as a possibility. And maybe I think we should discuss this more seriously. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very clear presentation. So I'm accumulating questions. I have some comments and I have some questions, but I believe that Deepak Nair had a question. So if you would like to make your comment first, Deepak, I'll follow. We'll give all of the speakers a chance to answer to all of the questions at the end. But would you like to make your comment or ask your question now, Deepak?
Thank you, Jerry. I have a question that is addressed to all the panelists. Each of them provided us a lucid analysis of the impact of the pandemic on developing countries in a global context. The question is not about what they said, but about what remained unsaid. except from a mild hint from Jomo. The pandemic is a classic example of a negative externality that spills across national boundaries. And the logic of international collective action could not be stronger. Yet, the possibilities of international collective action at this juncture look very, very unlikely. Now, this has two dimensions. First, collective action to manage the pandemic across countries, and that has been conspicuously absent. Second, collective action to coordinate economic recovery, and indeed a whole range of other things, what Joe mentioned, the possibilities of addressing climate problems in this context. Absolutely nothing. Now, is this in part attributable to the rise of sort of populist authoritarian regimes led by individuals who are demagogues? Because in many countries, it reflects the same acute nationalism that we were seeing earlier. So this is a question I want to put to all the panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. So I have a few questions that have come in from the participants. I don't think we can cover all of them, but let me mention two or three of them. We had one for Jomo from Sandhya Aya, who was asking whether post-COVID capitalism, whether because of the technological changes, the digitalization which is occurring, whether we're going to go into a lower labor demand trajectory after the COVID crisis. And a second question for Jomo from Zafar Shahid was, since Jomo was arguing, I'm not sure that he argued that quite so strongly, that recession was avoidable. Yes, I guess you did argue that. Does that mean that if there's another wave of the virus that you would argue against lockdown? And if so, what would be your alternative suggestion? There were a couple of questions for Marty here. One from Jay Krishnamurti, who commented that you didn't talk about migrants from the urban informal sector returning to rural areas and their situation, or whether that's part of your analysis. There was also a question, which I suppose is a more general one, which was, I guess it's partly answered by some of the some of the presentations, but has the crisis generated a new wave of informalization? I guess that's the basic question there. I had a few questions which I had one question about a dog that didn't bark, which was the broader question of inequality. I mean, in some sense, inequality is embedded in many of the presentations because the informality is an aspect of inequality. But one of the things that struck me looking at the overall numbers is that there are a number of high inequality countries that have done very badly through the crisis: Brazil, Chile, the United States, where death rates have been high and labor market impacts have been large. You have some low inequality countries doing well: New Zealand, Korea, Cuba. My question is this an accident, or is there something about the previous levels of inequality in societies which helps to overcome the crisis? And I thought the comment at the end by Jan about the well, I think Jan's comment raises a general issue which I don't think was really addressed, which is all of these programs which are being put in place, are they exacerbating inequality or reducing it? And if they're reducing inequality, is it just a question of leveling down, which was, I think, the implication of Jan's comment. I thought there are other aspects of inequality. One which a reflection after while listening to Sangam was whether one of the inequalities which we need to think about is the inequality between the young and the old, and whether we don't actually have some sort of a standoff between the young and the old in the impact and the responses to the crisis. If you compare Africa with Europe, the proportion of old people is so much higher in Europe, and that surely has an influence on the policy agenda. And so Europe has locked down a lot of young people who don't really feel that they're the most vulnerable to the crisis. I wonder whether there isn't some sort of a tension between different demographic groups there, and how would that play out in policy terms. Another comment that I thought, listening to Sangan at the end, social dialogue came in at the end. Well, actually, in the ILO, you very often have a long analysis, and at the end you say "and social dialogue," right? And so my question really is, to what extent have the ILO's traditional constituents played an important role in the policy process so far? What else? Okay, and one more. I don't want to take up too much time, but these are general reflections which I think are addressed to most of you. I think that this issue of the differential impact in the informal sector, which came up in Kunal's presentation, in Marty's, I think actually in all of them, what we've seen around the world is that food production and food distribution has been relatively protected. But you have the presentations are upper tier, lower tier, and so on. But in fact, might it not be that food production and food distribution, whether it's formal or informal, and a large fraction of it is informal, has in fact been relatively protected through the crisis, and the real catastrophe hits informal sector workers in the service economy. That it's certainly personal services, a whole range of services which have been hit very hard and very directly, because there's actually the demand has fallen through the floor and much faster than in the manufacturing sector. So I wonder if there isn't, when thinking about the informal economy, one shouldn't also be thinking about the different branches of the economy at the same time. Well, I had more, but that's enough. But what I think is we have 25 minutes, so that perhaps we can go back around the panel, and you can have five minutes each to address these points and other points which may have come up in the course of the session. In which case, Sangan, would you like to lead off?
Okay, thank you so much, Jerry. And I truly enjoyed the intervention and presentation today. I think when it comes to your question about the global collective action, as the Deepak also raised, I think the complication compared to previous crisis is that it's not just about the lack of the international coordination on the policy issues. The one thing which actually complicates these things more is that those leaders who are not enthusiastic about the global cooperation or collective action, they are not very good at actually preventing pandemic either. So you can think of two ways of creating externality, negative externality, which in a sense, creating the negative externality in the first instance, and how can we observe this externality global level? Still, there is a lack of interest. That is why we find ourselves in such a difficult situation. And relating to that is the nature of the pandemic. John mentions this is mainly supply driven. I agree, but in the beginning, definitely if we can think of the lockdown measures in China, that's certainly creating supply bottleneck. But now actually we are seeing a bit of the demand side of constraint as well. I don't think the global consumption or the product market will be coming back to the pre-pandemic situation I mean, anytime soon. So for example, consumption pattern, travel, all the other types of consumption may not be the same as it is. Probably there will be less reliance on the personal kind of service. And this means, but we need find a way of the meeting this actually consumer demand. This will be done probably largely by some kind of new types of the economic activities like a platform, because we see lots of the surge in the like the Amazon, other kind of the service, delivery related platform. They are basically flourishing. So that is the relating to question Jerry you raised about what will be, are we talking about new ways of the informalization? My guess is if this platform economy or some kind of economy which link to people without actually they are necessarily seeing each other, if we continue to rely more and more on this type of informal, and then given the situation right now, we don't have any strong effective policy measures to regulate and protect the workers in the platform economy right now, then we have to certainly cannot exclude the possibility of seeing new ways of the informalization in the months to come, on years to come. And inequality is obvious. I mean, in the beginning, pandemic is the egalitarian because it affects everybody. But when we look at how we respond to them, it's very, very unequal. The accumulated inequality comes back and to hurt us because who's actually who are on the front of the coping with these pandemics, they are either low-paid workers, and also we know already the women workers, for example, they are really hard time because all the employment figures are really indicating now the women's really difficult situation, also relating to teleworking and others and lockdown measures. And we are very much worried about some modest progress we made over years, 10 years, in terms of gender equality. It may be eroded during this pandemic. And so the inequality agenda is there. I think it's very important for us to keep the inequality agenda, the angle all the time, whenever we're discussing policy responses and recovery. And very quickly on this very tricky question about the old workers and the young workers, is there a possible trade-off, etc.? I see your point, but one thing I really discovered from this crisis is that because we didn't make any strategic investment in care sector or the health sectors and green sectors, that's because of that we now start to see some kind of the competition for a job between young and older people. So solution for me is now we got the wake-up call. We have to invest more, probably invest more in the care sectors and health sectors, and also relating to that some of the green sectors that will create lots of job opportunity for young people at the same time, or to introducing more flexible types of the arrangement for all the people as well. I mean, this is important. Lastly, on social dialogue, it's very, I mean, if you look at what happens in Italy, for example, within the first months of the pandemic, they got together, they came up with the massive rescue plan. And that's how actually the German government came up with some plans as well. So if you look at the scale of the responses and in terms of timeliness and the substance, and also how much they are oriented to the ordinary people, not just enterprises and the workers, then actually really the social dialogue and the agreement coming out of that, it makes big difference. This is what actually history and experience tell us again and again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sengyang. Jomo? No, it muted again. You have to unmute again. Yeah.
Let me try to deal with 5 of the many questions which have been raised. First, Professor Deepak Nair's question. I think part of the problem is the nature of the resurgence of what might be termed, for want of a better term, ethnopopulism. Ethnopopulism lends itself to treating the other the other inside the country, minorities, etc., as well as the other outside the country as the enemy. And this doesn't lend itself to international cooperation for obvious reasons. Added to that, of course, has been the very serious economic tensions since the beginning of the century between an ascendant China and particularly in the recent period with President Trump. So you have an attempt to align of different powers trying to align themselves in this. Europe, most of Europe has pretty much stayed out of it. But if you think about what is happening with Japan, with Australia, with India, with Brazil, and so on and so forth, many of them have chosen to align with Trump in this situation. And so all this does not lend itself to much multilateral cooperation. We have seen, of course, even before that, a serious breakdown. I mean, during the time of Obama, for instance, he had no interest in completing the Doha round. And that's why I never understood why the Brazilian diplomat wanted to become the head of the WTO at the time when WTO was almost impossible to try to manage. And he has quite understandably quit early before his term was up, precisely realizing the kind of dilemma he is in. So we have a situation where, for a variety of reasons, we do not have a situation conducive to international cooperation, to multilateralism, and so on. But I think it's important for us to recognize it doesn't begin with COVID-19. And I think what is particularly problematic about COVID-19 is the fact that in the initial period, as we all know, President Trump was praising the Chinese response, not necessarily because the Chinese response was particularly wonderful, but because he had concluded a deal with the Chinese, precisely a deal to resolve a situation of his own making. So you had the heightening of tensions and that deal. And then you have a situation where he was looking extremely good in January, and ever since then his ratings have come down. And you know how sensitive he is to his ratings, especially in this election year. He may well be well served. He may well get a second term precisely because of his aggressive view, attitude towards China in the recent period, and the fact that he has got all these other countries aligned with him, and the inability of China to more satisfactorily, peacefully resolve some of its difficulties with India as well as with Southeast Asia, only gives the US a particular a certain sort of boost in adopting this particular approach. On the second question of the reduced labor demand, I think the sector, for reasons which we have already heard, which will be terribly affected, will of course be the informal sector much more than the formal sector. But having said that, I think it's very important to recognize that even the formal sector will be affected, and indirect informal sector will be affected by the fact that there is a big push to move away from the much celebrated global value chains, supply chains, etc., etc. There'll be far less emphasis on just-in-time. There'll be more emphasis on just-in-time, and just-in-time being assured without reliance on external suppliers and so on and so forth. So all this will basically mean that there will be much more onshoring, reversing the offshoring of the recent past, and this will affect supply chains. There's also far greater concern and recognition of the problems of food supplies. And we are likely to see a renewed emphasis on food security defined as before the 1990s in terms of greater food production self-sufficiency, rather than in the more recent period where food supplies have been defined, food security has been defined rather differently. I think those of us who are concerned about this, for food issues, for example, should seize on this opportunity to put far greater emphasis, for example, on questions of nutrition, far greater emphasis on questions of food safety, including the excessive use of things like antibiotics, which are putting people at risk. But also, I want to emphasize toxic agrochemicals, which some quarters have been promoting in trying to avoid in promoting so-called no-till agriculture. Yet another issue, of course, is related to that is the issue of whether there will be a new round of informalization. I think the reversal of already began in the late 20th century. So many of the things people like Marty have been talking about has actually begun much earlier, particularly from the 1980s with the big push towards greater flexibilization and so on. And the ILO has responded in the past, but I think we need far more creative responses to this new push for informalization. We're going to see a greater spectrum, if I can put it that way, between the formal and the informal, linked to the question of flexibility and security and issues like that.
Jim, I think you would probably have several more questions, but in the interest of equity, can I pass or give you another minute on one and then pass the floor on?
Okay, I'll just take one other issue then, and that is the whole question of what was there an alternative? I have to emphasize that the blanket across the board stay in shelter, lockdown measures are really unnecessary. You know, traditional economists have been so good at promoting the idea of targeting this and that and the other, regardless of the cost. But when it comes to dealing with this problem, suddenly they seem to favor blanket lockdown measures. I think a far more targeted approach would be far more effective, as we can see in the case of Vietnam, as we can see in the case of China, and so on and so forth. So we really need to begin to think about how we can handle the undoubted threat of COVID-19 much more effectively. I'm sorry to have run over time. Thank you.
Thanks. No, apologies. We just don't have enough time to say everything we would like to say. But in fact, a few more questions came in. Let me mention one which might get a response from one of the remaining panelists. Came from Bina Agarwal, who was asking about pathways to transformation, asking about how would you remodel governance and institutions. Maybe that's too large a question for the last few minutes, but that's also on the agenda. Next, Marty Chen.
Yes, I guess 3-4 points. One is on the collective action. I just want to say that, you know, collective action can be by different stakeholders, not just the governments. And so one call is for the trade unions and the ILO to be more inclusive of the organizations of informal workers. I think we need to join hands more solidly and allow them into social dialogue. But I have a call to you economists, because economists have been the bee in my bonnet for I don't know how long. And it's because I think the negative narratives in mainstream economics about the informal economy. And if we could make a collective action around a new deal and a new way of thinking about the informal economy as not all these negatives, but part of the solution, I just would call on you economists to join hands on this, because we need to change the paradigm on that. In terms of migrants, yes, very important. And I just chose to focus on a particular urban resident group, not the ones who come and go, although some street vendors do. A new wave of informalization is happening, as Jomo says, all the time. It's coming in new guises, and it is the way that labor markets are developing, and I'm sure they will be a new wave coming out of all of this. In terms of inequality, Jerry, I think we should realize, and I'm so grateful to the Brazilian colleagues to say, that the informal economy in Brazil is mainly Blacks, right? The informal economy in India is mainly scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and some OBCs. I mean, we need to realize this, that some of this negative stereotyping of the informal as non-desirable is because it is where the disadvantaged communities try to seek out a living, and we need to look at that. And I think that's more important in some ways than the other dimensions of inequality that we could think of. I really think we need to focus in on that. I come, I'm in the US, and the fact that the Blacks have the worst health condition, they're involved more as essential frontline workers, they're dying fast. We talk about the nursing homes, but that's a middle class issue. Who's really exposed to the virus because of who they are and what they do are the minority groups. So I really would like to call on that. And just a thing on the food system, Jerry, I don't think the food system is nearly as robust as you would have suggested. At least what I understand is that if you're in the business of perishables, a lot of perishables had to be just, left for waste in India because of the restrictions on movement. And so there was a real collapse in that. And on the final mile of distribution of perishables within cities, that is by street vendors, and they were not allowed to operate. So I think there's been a real dislocation of the food system, and I think we need to come back to it. And in the US, these very centralized, monopolized food systems have been very vulnerable. They're not resilient. And the kinds of food systems that are more resilient are the more localized food systems. So I think we need to look at food, we need to look at health, we need to look at other essential systems and how they operate. Garments would be another one, because that's where you get a lot of the value chain and the exploited workers, just the basics of life. I think post-COVID, we need to come back to basics, because that's what we're seeing, is just how do these basic systems work? And we've been ignoring that because we just, the middle class can buy our goods and that's fine. But I think we need to look at all these systems for essential goods and services and look at how they've been working and whether they could work more fairly and in a more sustainable way. And I think that's part of the agenda going forward. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Marty. Kunal?
Very quickly, I realize a bit out of time. I just want to quickly respond to Deepak's point about the lack of global coordination, economic policies. It was most evident, I think, in the bank fund meeting that happened recently. I mean, what's obvious is what we need now is an increase in special drawing rights, a large increase. We had about $297 billion increase after the GFC. We need about $1 trillion increase. Well, that didn't happen because the US blocked it. The US, being the largest shareholder of the IMF, blocked it because the US's argument was that this SDR is going to go, large allocation will go to the G20 countries who don't really need the extra funds. But the simple point is, if we did see an absolute increase in SDRs, all countries, including low-income countries, would have benefited from it. So the argument against increasing SDRs simply wasn't there, but it didn't happen. So that was a missed opportunity that we had in the bank fund meetings recently. Now, just going back to this point about, do we expect to see the pandemic increasing of informalization after going forward? I'm not sure about that, because the main reason why I've seen informalization in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa is because of premature deindustrialization. I mean, we know manufacturing gives the best jobs. There's no question about that. That's why East Asia has been kind of outlier around this issue of not really seeing increasing informatization over time. So there is a question here that would we see a shift in supply chains away from China towards South Asia, towards Sub-Saharan Africa? And if that was the case, it's quite possible that manufacturing might be more possible. There may be more possibility for manufacturing now than it was before. I'm a bit more optimistic about this because I do think that that might happen, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa with the regional trading agreement that's coming in. I think it's going to provide more possibilities on regional trade around manufacturing and obviously tradable services. So actually, it's not so obvious to me that the pandemic is going to lead to more informatization if it does shift the nature of industrialization going forward, especially if it's a shift away from China and East Asia towards South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. So on that, I'm a little bit more optimistic. The other thing I feel is that what's also happened is, if you notice what's going on in Africa now, there's been a huge increase in social protection programs, which were not there before. And how are they reaching out to the informal workers? Through digital payments. And you can see that a lot of the informal workers being drawn in this way. You might not call it strict formalization, in this way, where the state is reaching out to them when they hadn't done that before. So I do see other trends happening here, which makes me wonder that it's not obvious what you might expect to see going forward, at least with informatization post-COVID.
Good, thank you, Kunal. Jan or Rogerio? Maybe Jan, because the sound is better.
Well, thanks for the question. I start from the first one, from the collective action, but from the point of view of Latin America integration. I believe that the entire regional integration effort in the 2000s has been undermined by the new governments in the region, mainly new right-wing governments. And they are not inclined to South-South cooperation. And Brazil, as the largest country in the region, has played a central role in this process, which has had devastating effects on the spread of the pandemic, not just inside Brazil, but also in the region, to the other countries. The institutions created to enforce regional integration in the 2000s, such as the Community of Latin American Countries, has been destroyed in the past years. So at least from the Brazilian side, it's quite clear that the effectiveness of the collective action to deal with the pandemic is being negatively affected both internally. The central government does not coordinate the states. Actually, it is making it even more difficult, but also in the international field. So I believe that the polarization, not just in Brazil, but in different countries in Latin America, is making more difficult a kind of effort to integrate collective action to deal with the pandemic. And when it comes to informality, just to change, I think the issue is directly linked to the platform economy, as you put before here. In this, it's worth calling and noting to the regulation of the new forms of employment. That's a central agenda of the ILO today, right? This has implications not just for the employment itself and for the worker's life and for worker's salary, and to the social protection access, but it also has several implications for social spending. For example, just to give you an example, if Uber workers were regulated in Brazil as they are in some countries, the cost of the social programs could have fallen and could have been directed to the employers. But as they are considered traditional formal workers, Uber driver in Brazil has the same right to the benefit as any other informal workers. They become eligible to the government-funded emergency program. So I think it's important to think also in this point that how the platform economy is being regulated. This brings up the question of new forms of social protection. This is being discussed before because of the digitalization, but I think that's being even more evident with this scenario brought by the pandemic. So I believe the social protection agenda, and it's a central issue that we must address, especially related to the informal economy and to the new forms of informality, such as the gig economy and the platform economy.
Good. Well, thank you very much. I guess we have run out of time, but it's been a really great session. I thought that we covered a lot of ground. We had there are a number of questions which came up. I think Priyanka, we can share the questions because well, all of you can probably see the questions, but we can also share them afterwards. I think you may be able to interact directly with some of the people who have put questions, who are participating there, because we haven't had time to deal with them all properly. But thank you all very much. I'm certainly not going to try and sum anything up, and we don't have time to do so. We'd need another complete session. But I think that it was really, and as you all know, the plan is that the results of this conference are going to appear in a special issue of the Indian Journal of Labour Economics, so that all of this material will actually be consolidated and published. I think that's a great deal of valuable material there. So thank you all very much indeed for participating. I guess especially the people who had to get up at the crack of dawn, but everybody for devoting the time to this conference. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jerry Rogers, Dr. Sang-Yeon Lee, Dr. K.S. Jomo, Professor Marty Chen, Professor Kunal Sen, Jan Pritz, and Rogerio. This has been a very enriching session. Thank you so much. And in addition to what Dr. Rogers said, yes, it is being brought out as a special issue in the IJLE. We are also disseminating it widely through our social media, and the traditional media will also catch up all the takeaways from this conference in the next 2 days. So we are trying to disseminate this as widely as possible, and we are looking forward to some policy discourse, all this forming part of the policy discourse in our country as well. So thank you to all of you for this very enriching discussion. Thank you so much. Now we will, yes, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, all of you are most welcome to stay connected as we move on to our next session, which is the panel 4 and the second session of the day, but panel 4 of this conference, perspectives. Now we are moving towards the perspectives, emerging employment scenario and the future of work in India. This session is being moderated by Professor Deepak Nair. He's Emeritus Professor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, the former Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, and the President of Indian Society of Labour Economics. Sir, if you can kindly switch on your video, and if you could just say hello to the attendees, we'll have a quick tech check. And
hi Priyanka, how are you?
That's hi Uma. This is Dr. Uma Rani, who is also a panelist in this session. Nice to see you, Uma.
Can I check my share screen so that I'm sure that things work?
Yes, I'll quickly just introduce all the others and we'll just come back to you. This is just the preparation time. We are also waiting for Dagmar, Ms. Dagmar Walter to switch on a video. Okay, do we have Professor Devanathan here? Sir, we can do a quick audio check with you, audio and video check with you.
I'm here, I'm on screen.
Yes, we can see you. Thank you so much. Ms. Rima Nanavati has joined us. Ma'am, you're muted right now. If you could please unmute yourself and we could do a quick audio video check. I can see you, you're connected.
Hello, how are you?
Nice to see you, ma'am. So welcome so much and thank you for joining us. Could we say hello to Professor Dipankar Gupta? He's joining us from his phone. And yes, we are waiting for him to still join in. Okay, we have Professor Pratap Bhanu Mehta with us. So if you could kindly unmute yourself and switch on your video.
Hi, good evening.
Nice to see you, sir. Welcome to this virtual conference. We are very grateful to you for agreeing to be a panelist in this session. And I can already see Professor Ashwani Seth. So if you could kindly unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Welcome to this panel.
Nice.
Yes. Uma, we can do a quick tech check. Yes. Uma, you wanted to share your screen?
Yes.
Yes, before we move on.
Yeah, Priyanka, I'd also like to share and check.
Yeah, yes, okay.
Can you see now?
Yeah, we can see it very clearly. Thank you.
while you're checking sharing screens, let me say welcome.
Wow.
But I
Professor Nair is
cannot
here.
move my slide.
No, so
Ashwini,
is there
Pratap, Dave.
is there an enable editing
Welcome.
something
Thanks.
there?
But you don't
Go
see.
down. Go from the to the left most corner of your screen. No, up.
I don't see anything.
Okay, on the top, on the toolbar, start slideshow. Yes, go further right. Yes, go on home. A slideshow.
Oh, got it. So I have to go to the slideshow and then
Click that. Yeah, click that. Yes, and play from start, the first tab on your left hand. If you could just click, yes.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, please stop sharing if Professor Devanathan could also try. Thanks, Suma. Nice to see you. Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. Yes, we can see you, Professor Gupta. Great.
Oh, good.
So much for joining us, sir.
Yeah, I hope it lasts.
Your light, Dipankar, if you could move it in some other way, it's sort of crowding out your face. Yeah, much better. Perfect. Yeah, much better.
Great.
Do you want the light behind me like a halo?
No, that was silhouette you, I'm afraid. So you look good now. Thanks.
Okay, and yes, Professor Devanathan could.
Can you see the screen?
We can see your screen, sir.
Okay.
And if Miss Dagmar Walter could say something, yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me? I'm connecting through my phone.
Yeah, just a moment. Professor Devanathan, if you could please stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, we can now see Miss Walter, and I am going to rename you.
Rename me?
Yes. No, you're coming in a different name. I can see that, yeah.
Okay. So this works fine. I hope this will work tonight.
It is working. We can see you. Yes, perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you later.
See you later, ma'am. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, with your permission, Chair, can we now start the session?
Please do, Priyanka. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So welcome to the session panel 4 on perspectives, emerging employment scenario, and the future of work in India. As I just announced, Professor Deepak Nair is the moderator of this session, and the panelists in this session are Professor Devanathan, Ms. Dr. Uma Rani, Ms. Reema Nanavati, Professor Dipankar Gupta, Professor Pratap Bhanu Mehta, and Professor Ashwani Seth. I request Professor Deepak Nair to kindly moderate the session. Thank you so much. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. You are muted right now.
Talking to me?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. It's all yours, sir. The session.
Thank you, Priyanka. I'm sorry I was on mute. Let me welcome colleagues, panelists, and participants to this 4th session of our web conference on the theme of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on labor and employment. Thus far, our focus has been on the past until the present. So we have considered India at a macro level in terms of responses and trajectories. We have considered beyond the impact at a macro level, impact and strategies with respect to sectors and groups yesterday. And earlier this afternoon, we sought to focus on international experiences. We are in this session going to think forward. What does the future hold in terms of the employment scenario and the future of work in India? We have the good fortune of an extraordinarily distinguished set of panelists who are going to analyze a cross-section of fascinating issues. Now, it is obvious that just as the parts and processes in the post-pandemic era, as well as the outcomes, will differ across countries. They will also differ across states in India, depending very much on the nature of interventions by the government, the responses of the community, and so on. I would much rather save valuable time by not using it at this stage. I would like to invite the panelists to speak in the order that they are listed. Given that we have a finite amount of time, I would request each panelist to make their presentation in no more than 15 minutes. When each person has exhausted 10 minutes, I'm going to hold this up. It says you have 5 minutes left. And when the 15 minutes are done, I will say to you on the microphone that they are done. The reason I say this is that it would be very good if many participants who are listening also have the opportunity to hear you in response to the questions that are posed to them. And if there is time at the end, I might come back for a few minutes. So let me begin by inviting Dave. Dave, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. I think you're on mute.
So kindly go on slideshow and you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, now I think I've unmuted.
Yes, and yes, that's it.
You've got it.
Yeah, okay. I lost a couple of minutes in that, but I hope I can finish it within the time given. So I will take up the question of what kinds of reorganization of production are we likely to have coming out of this crisis, which includes two parts to it. One is there is an economic crisis, but there's also a pandemic, which adds to the crisis or created it, but also has a existence of its own. I'd like to start with the point that, look, the shock is not exogenous. I've heard many economists say that this is an exogenous shock. This is the black swan, which nobody expected. But no, this is endogenous. This has come about because of the biosphere that we have co-created. It is crowded and stressed. And so one, the COVID-19 will not go away very quickly. We don't have a vaccine and one doesn't know when it will come. Even if it does, some other pandemic is likely to follow unless there is a major change in the manner in which we react with the biosphere. This is an important point, which I will come back to later on again. Secondly, the context is that of a recession or depression in both the global and the Indian economies. And the third context, which I think is important, is that of the US-China strategic conflict. In the last session, I think Joe Moore referred to this, but I think this is very important to understand the way in which the world is dealing with and will come out of the crisis in terms of reorganization. Now, what then drives the change in a recession? What things will bring about a change? First is technology. We now have ICTs, or information and communication technologies, as the general purpose technology of the current era, in the way that the steam engine or electricity were the general purpose technology earlier on. Now, with this technology, there is a push for automation and innovation in business models in order to reduce costs. This is the famous creative destruction of Schumpeter. Now we have market structures within which the technology will work and which will be transformed by the technology. First is we have a fall in demand and in prices. You see this fall everywhere. For instance, whether it is garment manufacturers or IT service suppliers, the clients, the lead firms are asking for discounts of up to 30% because of the fall in the markets. So along with the fall in the market, there is always a struggle for market share as different firms try to gain advantage and gain a higher market share, which we saw very strongly in the telecom market in India, where Jio followed a policy of trying to bleed everybody else to death and therefore became the largest telecom operator in India. So the struggle for market share is very critical because that will bring in the way in which technology is used. We also have policies of the Indian government, since we are largely focusing on India. One, the Indian policy of not giving direct support to, say, the SMEs. And we now have reports saying that 30% of the SMEs will not reopen after the lockdown ends. This we are getting from the garment industry, we're getting it from the leather industry, we're getting it from the All India Manufacturers Organization all over. The second aspect of Indian policy is the refusal of the government to provide income support to workers, and therefore having to rely on the rural safety net. That really has been the way in which it has worked down over here in India. And the third policy, of course, is the lockdown itself, which has affected many ways in which work is carried on. Now, I will want to look at this in terms of how will all of this lead to a reorganization of global value chains. Now, why do I want to look at global value chains? It's not just that the global value chains are there in many places, but it is also that, well, 70% of global trade goes through these value chains. But along with that, national value chains also exist, as also regional value chains. We have large numbers of value chains within India. A lot of production is organized in value chains, and therefore we now talk of supply chain disruption, because really these are all linked parts of a production system which has been splintered. So I'll just take a look at what is this value chain business model, and is it likely to be outdated as we come out of this crisis? The business model is one, as it was put by the Indian management guru, Prahlad, as one of deal with your core competence and outsource the rest. So just take your core competence and outsource the rest. What does that mean? In a very coarse-grained manner, the Adam Smith division of labor is extended from the intra-firm to the inter-firm level and even to the international level. So you have, I put it in a very broad manner, you have pre-production tasks like design, then you have production, which is manufacture, and you have post-production, which is branding and marketing. Now the first and the third are really supported by, and sometimes the second, but more often the first and the third are supported by intellectual property rights, and they create oligopolies. Now we have these oligopolies are of course dual oligopolies. They're not only oligopolies in the product market, they're also oligopolies in the input markets. Therefore, they're able to utilize the national and the global segmentation of the labor market. And with that, they bring down the labor costs and the environmental costs, and are able to gather actually from both sides of the equation, from both the product and the labor input markets. Now, how are the global value chains likely to reorganize as we come out of this? The first point, at a very broad level, we had in the value chains, we had two sets of economies. The first are what were known as the headquarter economies, where the lead firms, which were mainly in what we call the global north, and then there are the supplier economies in the global south. But this is now changing, and it is changing very fast. There are now international lead firms, many more from China, a few from India. You know the struggle between for the 5G technology. Huawei and the US companies are in a huge battle to see who will dominate the 5G technology. So you have a new rise of global oligopolies. Now, along with that, there is a regionalization of global value chains. Why? Not just global, but regional. Asia, particularly East Asia is now not just a manufacturer, it's also a market. Therefore, the East Asian value chain is very much a chain by itself. The Asian market, we know, will collapse less than the US and the EU markets. And therefore, there'll be even more stress on the regionalization of the Asian value chains. And the third point here is that the US-China strategic conflict, with everybody trying to move towards a kind of onshoring or bringing back home some parts of the value chain. So how will this affect the global value chains? First point is there will be some relocation or onshoring, but we should note that the onshoring will not be with the existing technology. You can't go and manufacture in the USA in any reasonable cost with the sewing machine technology to make garments or t-shirts. You will have to have a highly automated, robotized model of production, which is there. Actually, it is a Chinese firm, which in North Carolina is producing robotized t-shirts for 33 cents a piece, which is cheaper than you can produce in Bangladesh. There's an Adidas factory in Germany that with 150 workers produces 500,000 pairs of shoes a year. These are the robotized factories that might come up in the process of reshoring, not the old factories being moved from here, from the south to the north. Now, one part of the global value chain, of course, not just global, but any value chain, is that there's a fragility in the matter of production. A small, any part of it might mean that the entire production line comes to a halt. Therefore, the just-in-time production, which was very much a feature of these value chains, is likely to be modified. People will have inventories and will bring in some redundancy into their production capacities. We already see a move for building national stockpiles in the way that many countries have, at least the big ones, have national stockpiles of oil and other essential requirements. There will now be national stockpiles of drugs and pharmaceuticals and medical requirement. You know, India did not produce any PPE when the COVID crisis broke, but now we produce a lot of it. So we will move towards these stockpiles. But there is a limit to this nationalistic push. It's not easy to undo value chains. And I'll give an example by looking at the pharmaceutical value chain. I use the term sticky because, you know, India is now a key producer of generic drugs. We produce half of the world's vaccines. We produce 60% of the chloroquine, and we produce 40% of the generic drugs sold in the USA. But these are not very easy value chains to change because the R&D is much more sticky than the production. Even production is not so easy. India has the largest number of FDA, US FDA accredited production units, but it's not very easy to recreate them. So we now have a value chain in pharmaceuticals, which is, like I've put it here in bold. You have R&D in the global north, you have API in China, and formulation in India, but this is not going to change very easily. Now, we've had some number of small changes coming about, which will affect the labor market. This is the use of ICTs in e-commerce, in digital communication, in the work from home. 75% of TCS employees will now work from home. Contactless check-in, remote medical counseling, all of these will not go away. These will reduce the employment intensity of manufacturing and services. This will increase the demand for skilled workers. I wouldn't be surprised if this also increases the proportion of permanent workers in the entire workforce in these factories. We've had a very unique historical event, which I like to call collective bargaining by exodus. You know, Hobsbawm used the term collective bargaining by riot. We had an exodus from the urban areas, which was a form of collective bargaining. Will this improve the employment conditions for migrants? There is more women in the work from home. We also have increased domestic violence, but is it an assertion of patriarchy against women's increased voice? Now, I've come to the last major point. There is a big new business model coming out of India. This is the growth of mega oligopolies. What do I mean by mega oligopoly? An oligopoly in more than one domain, in more than one consumer market. So that data is used across markets. You have Jio with Reliance Retail. Jio is a telecom company. Reliance is a retail company, and they're going to join together. And they have made it very clear, we want to be everything for all Indians. So you're having now a fight for a new kind of oligopoly. You have Facebook joining with Reliance. You have Amazon joining with, I think, Airtel. And you have Google joining with Vodafone. So we are moving into what is being called by somebody the age of surveillance capitalism. And this is a new form of the business organization, which we are going to see. As I end, I would like to put two questions before us. Will there be a fairer globalization as we come out of this? Will we have a more of a living wage and more of environmental costs being factored into prices? Do we need a OECD of garment supplier countries? I mean, the last time the world trade system was really turned upside down was when the OECD came together and increased the price of crude oil. And lastly, will we not just think of adaptation, but we also think of mitigation of infections like COVID-19? Here, the big problem is we do not have an economic theory that brings co-creation from the human in nature interactions into its core. And so we economists also have to think, how will we respond in our theory to this crisis? Thank you.
Thank you, Dev. That's perfect timing. Uma, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I would request Professor Devnathan to stop sharing his screen. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Professor Deepak Nair, for, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Professor Deepak Nair, for giving me the floor, and thanks to the organizers, IHD-ILO-ISLE, for having me here for this virtual conference. I'm going to talk about platform work and the COVID crisis and what is actually happening within there. And actually, as soon as the lockdown happened and we were hit by the COVID crisis, one of the sectors that was actually affected and was talked quite a bit in the media was actually the platform work. Now, one of the questions, yes, okay. One of the questions that comes up is, what do we mean by platform work, or what does platform business actually mean? And to quickly tell you what it is, this is not something very new. This has been something that has been there for more than 2 decades, but it has actually gained a lot of importance over the past decade. And I think many of us are very familiar with the location-based platforms like the taxi sector or the delivery sector, where you have a lot of companies actually operating, and they have been operating especially much more during the COVID crisis, like Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Zomatos. But there's also the other side that is very less known, but India is one of the countries that is quite a bit engaged in it, is the online web-based platforms. And you have these platforms for freelancing, microtasking, competitive programming, and you must be wondering, what is it that these people do on these platforms? Actually, they do a lot of professional work, which could be legal services, accounting services. They do a lot of software development, and innovations happen actually a lot in these platforms. And on the other side, there's also a lot of low-end dumb jobs that are being done, whether it is a categorization or classification or data labeling, largely for the e-commerce and the retail sector. And that is what we call it as microtasking. Now, how does this business actually function? Now, platform business, the way it is set up, all the rules of the games are actually set by the platform itself. There's absolutely no social dialogue. There's absolutely no collective bargaining or no dialogue between the workers, companies, or the governments in the whole process. So the whole regulation is unilaterally decided by the platform company, or what we call as a platform business. It could be an online web-based platform, or it could be an Uber or a Swiggy or a Zomato. Now, what the platform does is it basically matches workers' supply with the demand of the client, and then it provides the workers with a number of tools and services so that the work could be delivered in a timely manner and in exchange for monetary remuneration. But there are lots of these checks and balances actually put in place by the platform, and that's the platform's rules of governance that it guides. Now, even before the COVID happened, actually, there were lots of challenges within this platform economy. While there were opportunities that were there with regard to the flexibility and the freedom to choose the time and place to work, and many people could do with domestic responsibility or due to health reasons, actually could work from home. But there were increasing concerns that were there with regard to low and unstable pay, inadequate access to regular work, high work intensity, because a lot of people were working very long hours, also because clients were based in one part of the world and the workers were in another part of the world. So if the US client actually posted tasks during their working time, workers in Asia and in Africa would work during the nights or early mornings. The other aspect, which has come out much more to the fore with the COVID, has been the entire lack of payment for sick leave or paid leave or access to social protection. And this is much more apparent during this crisis. And finally, what I would like to highlight is that I think Dave was talking about the global value chain as a business model. I think we have moved now to another business model, which is a platform business model, which is also the outsourcing. Instead of the manufacturing, what we are doing is outsourcing of services in a big way. Now, as a result of it, the fact that a lot of this work is done through cloud computing, and you have platforms basically matching workers and clients, the entire control mechanism or regulation of work actually is not done any longer by human, but it is algorithmically managed, which has major repercussions with regard to workers' rights. If work is rejected and you do not know why work is rejected, there's absolutely no mechanism to find out what happened or how they could actually improve work. And because workers are spread across different destinations, there's absolutely no way to collectively organize and have a voice to actually represent their interests or to have any sort of a redressal mechanism, which is a major problem. And it comes out much more starkly during this period. Now, as soon as the COVID happened, what actually the delivery and taxi app companies did was they labeled themselves as providing essential services to society during COVID-19, as there were restrictions on getting out of home. So you had a lot of ride-hailing platforms which no longer got customers to actually carry. So they got into emergency service, providing emergency services, transporting healthcare workers, but they also got into the delivery of grocery, food, and all of it. So there was clear diversification that was happening. Now, within the delivery platforms also, what you found was they no longer catered to just food, but they actually diversified, providing a whole range of services and other such essentials to the household who could not actually go out. Now, it looks as though, I think there have been others before me who have been talking about it in the last session, that the demand for delivery service has actually increased a lot. But in reality, that is not actually what has happened. What you find is there's been a bit of demand probably for delivery more than for ride-hailing platforms, which actually suffered a loss, quite a bit of loss. But even this delivery that was there was to an extent very restricted. Now, one thing I do want to say is that it's very difficult to track the number of workers, whether there's been an increase in the number of workers in delivery and ride-hailing platforms. The only place to find it is in the App Jobs Institute, where you find that the numbers are declining, but it's it depends upon the number of people who are registering. That might not be accurate. So it's not actually possible to get to the estimates with regard to workers, a number of workers, whether they have increased or not. But this is something that is possible when you look at the online web-based platforms, where there's been tracking of workers actually in 5 major English-speaking platforms, which actually dominate the entire online web scene. And if you look at the first diagram, you see very clearly, it's a comparison between 2018, 2019, and 2020. You see very clearly that during the COVID crisis, there was a reduction in the demand for work. That is, jobs that were posted, and that was from mid-March to mid-April before it actually increased and became very high. Now, this is a global labor demand. Now, one of the reasons why there's been a decline is because there's been a decline. It's not necessarily because of social distancing, but it is much more because of the decline in general economic activity and decline in the revenues of many of the companies, that you see that the posting of work has actually come down. But now if you look at country experiences within that, where this demand actually largely comes 40% from the US, then you have about 20% of it actually coming from India. Then you have Europe, which is about 16%. You find that the trajectories are quite different. If you look at the US labor demand itself for this kind of a job very clearly, you find that there are 2 categories where it actually increases. One is for technology, that is software services. And the second one is for low-end clerical activity. And the third activity that is actually rising up there is the professional services. But if you look at the labor supply during this period, very clearly you see that it is the software and the creative industry for which the supply is actually increasing. Now, if we turn towards India and try seeing what is happening within the Indian online labor market, it's quite interesting. You find that the labor demand of these kinds of jobs has actually increased since the lockdown. And here very clearly what you see is a shift that is happening, basically where on-site workers are being substituted by online workers. So you see a huge demand for this type of work. And if you look at the supply of workers, again, you see that there is an increase in supply of workers during this period. And very clearly what it shows that, I think there have been others like Professor Kunal Sen who say that, well, they don't have fears of informalization, but what you see as a result of platformization of this entire economy is that there's more informality probably happening even within the sector. And this is again a reason for us to get worried, because there is a replacement of regular labor by platform labor. And across activities, you find that it is in software services and creative services that is happening. Now, platform workers have been actually having legal battles with regard to the whole misclassification issue, basically. But during the COVID, what's very interesting to see is that they came up with much more minimalistic measures saying, let's talk about health safety, let's talk about sick pay, let's talk about extra payment or hazard pay, and let's talk about having access to data. Now, a lot of app companies have actually responded to it and tried to provide quite a few measures. But when it comes to actually the experience of the platform workers, what you clearly see is that there's loss of income and work among taxi services. There's reduced number of orders for delivery workers. There's further pressure on workers to actually work more to even get minimum guaranteed income, which leads to long working hours. And you find that a large number of proportion of workers are actually migrant workers who've taken EMI and actually are stuck with this kind of work and are forced into actually working long hours to the detriment of their own health and safety. Now, this has resulted in huge risks. And one of the cases in India that was seen was how a platform delivery worker actually had COVID symptoms, and he actually ended up affecting about 70 families. Now, the other issue that comes out very clearly is due to lack of access to social protection. And here, Roberto was very nice in saying that institutions matter. countries that have all kinds of, where they classify workers as self-employed and are protected within the institutional mechanisms for social protection, they are probably less vulnerable than countries where you do not have any sort of protection. And this is again something that comes out when you look at the platform workers' demand to regulatory authorities, saying that can we have basic minimums, that is unemployment, social protection benefits, and coverage of other benefits so that they can get over the crisis. If you look at countries across the world, you find that a number of countries, especially in Latin America, have made a step forward in trying to provide these services. But if you look at India per se, this is not actually what is happening. I'd just like to conclude by saying that, well, platform business is there to stay. I don't think it's going to go away. It's much more penetrated into a number of sectors within this economy. And I think the sustainability of platform business comes to the fore because while all of this is happening, while we are talking about a delivery worker and a taxi driver, it's quite interesting to see that the same platform economies, platform companies have actually been laying off workers both globally and within India over Zoom calls. That is, they're being just terminated without giving enough period or enough compensation. There have been some companies who have done it. Now, loss of revenue is one of the reasons, or it could be that these companies were already in the red and COVID has actually come as a strategy for them to take off. I think there's very clearly a need for regulation, and the ILO's Global Commission very clearly calls for an international governance system that requires both companies and clients to respect minimum standards and social protection to its workers. It's irrespective of whether you call them delivery partner or freelancer or a self-employed or an independent contractor. I think everybody has a right to it. The other issue is that of trying to provide worker community rights to data and how the data should be used. Many of these companies are not really taxed, and it's very important to have the taxation system in place. And finally, like Professor Kamala Shankaran said yesterday, I think the issue in many of the developing countries with platform companies, especially location-based, is that of predatory pricing. And I think the applicability of competition law comes to the fore. I think I would stop by saying that this is a business model that doesn't go away, but needs to be much more regulated than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uma. That's exactly 15 minutes. I'm grateful. Rima, may I now invite you to take the floor, please?
Sure. Thank you so much, Professor Deepak Nair, and I'm very grateful to ILO, IHD, Professor. It's been so good to see all the old friends and familiar faces here as well. I'm neither a researcher, but I'm an organizer, and therefore I'll be talking from the point of view of the workers themselves. And I think these are such strange times, difficult times, learning how to use technology so that people can see me as well. And I think most of the informal sector workers are facing it for the first time in their lives. Though, innovation and taking on new challenges is the coping strategy for the informal sector workers for their survival. But I think survival itself has become a question today for majority of the informal sector workers whom I am representing today. About 1.9 million, all poor, but very hardworking, economically very active. I think when the Unlock 1 was announced just a week back, there was a wave of enthusiasm and hope amongst the informal sector workers to resume and restabilize their livelihoods and lives. Almost after 71 days of despair and helplessness, most of them felt that it was the starvation that would kill them and not the pandemic. However, their enthusiasm was very short-lived. What we are experiencing is that not many workers are able to revive their lives and livelihoods. The reason being reduced demand for services, lack of access to markets, interruptions in supply chains, and drastic reduction in prices. So unemployment, underemployment, and working poverty are pushing them back into starker poverty of basic needs such as water, food, and shelter. I'll quickly say that a survey of over 1,500 such informal sector workers showed that over 60% of these households have lost their livelihood, 67%. And this has resulted into severe crisis of working capital. Less than 34% have reduced their consumption, so eating habits, food, and therefore women are the worst affected. We also see that education of the children has been affected, and amongst them, we see high rate of school dropout of girls, erosion of whatever little assets that these children had. I was just talking to one small farm laborer yesterday in one of the villages in Rajasthan, and she said that all we can do is pray that things become normal again and we can go back to our work. We're not afraid of difficulties and hardships because ups and downs are an integral part of our poor workers' lives. We just need work and we will build our way out of this difficulty too. All our livelihoods have vanished. Due to the migrant workers, especially men returning home, it is also difficult to get work in Manrega for the women workers. Small farmers, they either don't have money to cultivate their fields for the Kharif season or to pay the farm laborers. Where do these workers find work to feed the families? This is not the case of one worker, but millions and millions of workers like Kasturi, whom I narrated, the informal economy workers in our country. I think the stress on the rural economy has also increased, and we are yet to see what consequences will it have on the spike on the COVID infection cases with very weak health infrastructure available. The direct impact of all this has been on the women workers in the informal economy. Inequality in work, in pay gap, this pay gap is increasing, preferential employment of men over women, and increased violence on women. All this is compounding the lives of the women informal sector workers. In the current crisis, where livelihoods have vanished, savings have eroded, and workers are facing acute work, income, and most importantly, food insecurity, how do we address these issues and challenges? As Professor Dave Nathan was saying, if the small and medium enterprises also, 30% of them cannot revive in spite of having the loan packages, how are these informal sector workers going to survive? And therefore, I think there is a need in countries of the world, especially like India, to adopt a nurturing and caring approach towards the nano and the poor and the tiny micro entrepreneurs and their micro enterprises. Nobody is talking about them or yet even thinking about them. It is these nano and micro enterprises that can reduce the inequalities and ensure sustainable growth and thereby overcome the current economic slowdown in which India is being pushed into. We call them as the wheels of the pyramid. We at SEVA strongly believe the answer lies in promoting decentralized local economies. We call it as the 100-mile communities principle. If the basic needs of life, food, clothing, shelter, primary healthcare, primary education, and primary financial services, if these can be met at the local level, at the village level, we can set in motion the holistic development of the society. We will not see the exodus of the communities migrating, leaving their villages and going back to the cities. The 100-mile community shall weave together decentralization, locality, scale, and livelihoods. It will address the poverty issue, rope in digital technology at the grassroots level, preserve the interest of the rural youth in their communities, and thus cut down the rural outmigration. It will also strengthen the local markets and the local skills. Several such decentralized economies, when overlapped, can strengthen the nation's economy, which is the need of the hour as India faces a great economic slowdown. This is what we need to strive to achieve. This is not just a conceptual idea or a theory that we are talking about, but we have seen that immediately on the enforcement of the lockdown, I think the women took over to stitching of masks, and till today, about thousands of women have stitched over a few 100,000 masks, and then they found their local market. They did not wait for the community or the society or the government or for the industry or businesses to come to their support. It was on their own that they found their ways of strengthening their local livelihoods, local markets, and local economy. So for the tiny and micro enterprises of the informal workers, there's a need to streamline existing systems, processes, supply chains, communication channels, and technology in order to position them to meet evolving customer needs. The focus needs to be in ensuring minimal disruptions to the supply chain, making the processes more efficient, and introducing additional technology when necessary. What Dr. Uma Rani was just suggesting, I think it was the vegetables growers, the small farmers, the fruit and orchard workers who immediately connected themselves directly with the fruit and vegetable vendors in the cities. They did not wait for the municipal authorities or for the businesses or for the platforms to come and help them. They created their own WhatsApp groups. They created their own Facebook pages. They started renting out e-rickshaws and doing home deliveries. And that's how they are rebuilding a whole enterprise of, vegetables and fruits on wheels. So this is how we need to, similarly, the Seva Trade Facilitation Center, the textile and garment workers, the supply chain, they immediately repurposed and restructured. The markets in the cities due to lockdown were completely closed down. The supply chain started focusing on rural markets. How do you decentralize your productions? Every village is a production center, so no lockdown can also bog down the production, and the livelihoods continues. Every village now has a Harki kiosk. This is the local brand. So the local production, the local distribution. Similarly, we had women who were producing dry snacks, confectionaries, and bakery items, doing online sales even during lockdown period. We had agribusiness initiatives that turned over to food processing and agro processing and doing bulk procurement because that was the peak harvesting season during the lockdown. So I think an important aspect for destabilizing the worker-owned micro enterprises, as well as for making the 100-mile principle work, is an access to enabling financial mechanisms. How do you build resilience of these nano and micro enterprises and the informal sector workers against such pandemics, climate shocks, and market shocks? One needs to work on setting up a livelihood recovery fund, a fund that aims to provide the informal sector workers with immediate support to recover and stabilize. Our work in previous disasters have shown that work is a healer, and therefore, I think that is what India really needs to focus on rather than providing relief packages through loans and tax benefits. Distant and virtual working and globalization is also one important way ahead, but it is not the only way ahead. Therefore, I think one also needs to look at what does the Global Commission on Future of Work, which has now been fast-tracked. The future of work is happening now. And that talked about human-centered approach to work. It also talked about the digital technology and the work. And one also then needs to balance it by bringing in the traditional and the heritage. How the combination of three can lead to um, rebuilding the lives and livelihoods of the informal sector workers. Unless and until we talk about that, and as Professor Devanathan was suggesting, on the regional supply chains in Asia and in India, I think one also needs to look at how do you build meso-level organizations that help these tiny and nano enterprises to scale up to be into the mainstream. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rima. May I now invite Dipankar Gupta to take the floor on the theme of town and country in post-corona India? Can you hear me, Dipankar?
Sir, he seemed to have, yeah, I think there's an internet connectivity issue. We are just getting in touch with him, sir.
Okay, yeah, otherwise we could move to Pratap and Dipankar could join us. Just try and let me know in half a minute.
We'll let you know, sir. There seems to be a power failure, sir. He has lost connection. So.
All right. So.
Yes, and sir, but he will be on phone. Sir, would you be able to say something? I can, if Professor Nair, can you hear Professor Gupta?
I can hear Dipankar. He's a bit faint.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, Professor Gupta. If
Hello,
you,
yes.
Yes, we connected you on phone, and people can hear you if you want to speak.
I don't know what is being said. I mean, hard to speak like this, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Dipankar,
sir.
you prefer that I move on to Pratap, and then if necessary, Ashwini, and you can come when your power is back. Would you like that?
So he's disconnected. We'll send him a message. I think you should move on to the next panelist.
Yeah. Pratap, may I invite you to take the floor?
Okay. Yeah.
On fascinating theme of labor and politics.
Okay. Thank you so much for this honor and this wonderful group of panelists from who I've learned a lot. So I'll be brief and pointed. The sort of mandate that was given to me was to talk about politics. I'm not an expert in labor economics or the future of work. And I'll just make 3 or 4, I think, big points to kind of contextualize, I think, a lot of the discussions we've had over the last couple of days. So let me start off with a very pointed proposition that India is entering, as far as labor is concerned, something that is going to be closer to a colonial mode of governance rather than a democratic mode of governance. There were 3 components to a colonial mode of governance of labor. One is outright repression, right? They have police powers, they have the power of the state behind it. And rather than use it to mobilize collective action on part of workers, the colonial state uses it to repress it, police powers in general. And I think we are living in a context where we cannot take the normal checks and balances of a liberal constitutional democracy for granted. In a country where even habeas corpus is not protected, do you think a right to strike or any form of protest is going to be protected from here on now? So repression is the first mode of governance of a colonial government. The second mode of governance that a colonial government uses to regulate labor is, of course, fragmentation of the labor market and the use of intermediaries, right? Formal, informal, the continued use and unnecessary use, for example, of intermediaries in, let's say, supplying needs to the construction market. And this use of intermediaries and these institutional forms have nothing to do with efficiency, they have everything to do with, in a sense, control, and this will only exacerbate. The third thing a colonial government does is that it does not invest in the capabilities of workers, right? Health, education being the two simplest way in which you invest in the capabilities of workers. And we had hoped that the pandemic would concentrate our minds on public health and education. And this is exactly the thing that will not happen over the next 2 or 3 years. Right? You'll not see increased budgets. You will not see any radical transformation in public health. And you will probably see a rollback in education. In fact, the COVID crisis is going to probably exacerbate inequalities in education. Okay? So let's be very clear about this. This is the kind of state we are in. And some of these tendencies are already pre-existing. But as I said, the normal hope that you have from a democratic process that it could at least mitigate the repressive, fragmented, and lack of investment in labor is not likely to happen. But in some senses, the situation is even worse. Dial back to the 1920s, right? And think of, the historical analogy is interesting, right? If you look at colonial labor legislations from the 1860s, right? Workmen's, Breach of Contract Act. Most of our labor reforms now look more like the kinds of laws the government was trying to enact in the 1860s than it was in the 1930s, right? The big difference was that you had a nationalist movement in whose interest, at least it was, to create some semblance of a space for a labor movement, right? The All India Trade Union Congress is the product of politics, 1920s and 1930s. Now you have, in a sense, a dominant discourse of nationalism, whose entire interest is to, in a sense, suppress any labor movement, right? I mean, how can you argue for your own rights, right? You must be selfish, you must be anti-national, you must not be doing the right kind of sacrifice for the country, right? Okay. And frankly, this is the ideological frame that is the dominant tendency. So, there's no political incentive in any part of the country. I mean, just imagine, even if the Congress party tomorrow tried to mobilize workers, right? The first charge will be mobilization of workers against the state, demanding their rights is a form of anti-nationalism, right? That nationalist discourse is sustained by a dominant cognitive framework that for years has been saying that the problem with Indian development has been labor, right? That's still the dominant kind of discourse, which is labor laws kept India back. Labor laws were kept in place because there was a political economy of labor that the state was pandering to, right? Ignoring all the empirical evidence that not only were those labor laws not being adhered to, whenever the state wanted, it could dispense with them as freely as possible, even facilitating the creation of mega firms, right? But nevertheless, that's still the cognitive frame. When you poll most economists, they say labor reform is high. This is the big reform, right? Whereas even most industrialists know, right, that in a sense, this centrality we've given to the kind of labor reform that this government is proposing is as much a myth, piece of ideological myth making as it has to do with actually creating a development policy. And finally, one more fact about our politics. One of the challenges, I think, for the center and left, taking these terms very broadly, by left, I don't mean CPI, CPM, which didn't do much for workers' rights in any case. But you might say those people in some senses who care a little bit about, right, inequality, even if for instrumental purposes. Our view of politics has been largely socially deterministic, right? When we think of politics, we think of social classes, we think of groups with interests, And we think what coalition of groups can be formed to create some kind of political coalition for change, right? I think one of the big changes that has happened in politics is, in a sense, you might say, the disarticulation between that political economy view of politics and the actual work of politics. You have to give it to the right. They did not sit around waiting for natural social coalitions to form into place to carve their electorate majorities. They went out and created new identities, right? They did the hard work of social mobilization. They hit the streets, right? They obstructed the business of government. What is the equivalent on the left, right? Who is going to be doing any of the social mobilizing? So almost all our discourse is, in a sense, detached from the real conditions of politics, which have to do with disruption, organization, mobilization. And that is not going to fall into place based on any kind of pre-given natural cleavages in society, right? So where is the space for labor politics? Now you might say there might be one space opening up for labor politics, which has to do with one big change that we saw over the last 10 or 15 years, which is as the power of labor unions declined, as labor's agitational power declined, the emphasis in our society was to move towards two things. One, to detach welfare rights, right, from workplace rights. So this proliferation of rights, right to employment, right to basic income, various kinds of things. And we thought we would build a welfare state that could make the lives of labor less precarious. Okay? Now, we've seen how much of a welfare state we have built in the last 2 months. When more than 50% of the households in India cannot survive if their wages were shut down for 1 month, right? That's the new CMI survey, right? You know, where is that welfare state, right? Right? Now, you might say, is this pandemic going to create the pressure to actually create that kind of a welfare? Whatever form it takes, we can debate what's the appropriate form, whether it's a UBI, whether it's some guaranteed cash transfers, right? Something that increases the negotiating power of labor. And I think it's important to stress that for me, like Narega, right, one of the interesting things about cash transfers is that it increases the negotiating power of labor, right? I don't see either the fiscal resources or the political coalition building to actually make a big push in that direction. In fact, we would have probably seen some elements of it put in place right now. Think of the political implications of what the migrant crisis has, in a sense, shown, right? If after this crisis, where you put 50 to 60% of your workforce in a state of enforced indignity, there is still no political backlash, right? Where do you think the political constituency for building those worker rights is actually going to come from? And I think the test is going to be, and this is my nightmare, which is if over the next 6 to 8 months to a year, we do not see social mobilization and backlash against this kind of economic repression, right? Where you can destroy the economy, where you can put workers in this most precarious condition and still not experience a political fallout, right? I mean, then all bets are off for India, I'm sorry, right? So I think that's the stark political reality that in some senses is actually facing us. I'll just end with sort of one last one. So that transition, right, that space, maybe we can't think of unions, maybe we can't think of workspaces, but can we actually think of social protection as a side? I don't see the political consequences. Maybe there is another side which came up over the last 10 to 15 years, which moved more from social movements to accountability. So if you look at civil society discourse, for example, right, in the last 10, 15 years, much of our effort moved towards saying, look, there are no natural social movements. Social movements are very weak. All kinds of social movements, even agrarian social movements have weakened in some ways. So can we focus our energies on making the state more accountable, right? And one very good example of this, for example, was NREGA, both in terms of the articulation of a new scheme, that's the social welfare dimension. But one of the most interesting things about NREGA, at least in the UPA, was that it mobilized civil society to try and think of accountability mechanisms, right? That would make NREGA effective. Think of, for example, the social audit mania around NREGA, right? Think of the fact that we created enormous data transparency, at least in NREGA, right? Various kinds of accountability mechanisms. Now, here's an interesting political economy puzzle, right? There are about 70 million workers in the construction industry, right? Roughly between 60 to 75 million. Just think of what this pandemic has revealed. There's supposed to be this cess that goes into a construction relief fund, right? What did we find in this crisis? The average disbursement from that fund was less than 30%, right? I mean, it's like government keeping 40,000 crores of workers' money and not dispersing it in some form or the other, right? The state variation, Kerala did very well. Maharashtra is the biggest absconder. Right? Now ask yourself the question, right? NREGA was roughly whatever, 65,000 crores at some point. Immense social mobilization around accountability, right? What was the corresponding civil society mobilization that would have said, look, this is money that the government has already collected, right? It's there in law. Right? Can we at least get it to disperse that money to the workers in whose name the cess is collected? Right? 40,000 crores is not a small amount, right? In current circumstances, right? So here's the interesting question. You already have a number of sites of engagement, right? Workers, construction workers need to be registered. Disbursement needs to happen. There is no corresponding civil society pressure to create the same kind of accountability mechanisms in these areas as we have tried in other areas, right? So what does that tell you? And this is perhaps the only, I think, fruitful point of political intervention that one can do in the absence of larger social mobilization, right? That this kind of failure on part of the state be in some senses up front and center. So where do we go from here? I think it's the old adage. Labor is not going to be listened to unless it becomes a serious political problem. So long as government takes it for granted, right, that labor can be easily repressed without political costs, right? So long as it gets taken for granted that it can inflict any asymmetric punishment on labor, from demonetization to sort of this lack of welfare in pandemic, right? Frankly, I don't see much hope for all the kinds of wonderful things that we've been talking about. And I know this is curmudgeonly advice, or almost an incitement. It's meant to be. But the days of assuming that you can get either welfare or accountability without serious political agitation and mobilization are over. That's not the ideological frame of this government, and it thrives on, right, peddling that illusion that, you have to be bad boys. And I think a lot of the focus of labor discussion has to actually now shift to who's going to do the organizing, who's going to do the mobilizing, who's going to make sure in a mediatized environment when there is a worker strike, it is actually taken notice of, right? Who is actually going to, in a sense, tell the stories of violence and repression. Middle class, in a sense, has abandoned that role, right? And what are the circumstances under which the middle class will go back to taking up a little bit of that role? Only if the middle class is hit hard with unemployment, which may or may not happen. I don't know this, or whether this automation stuff is going to, tomorrow hit places like Gurgaon. But I think, so long as, I think Indian middle class remains convinced that it can be sequestered from this larger crisis of labor. I don't see the possibilities of change. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratap. Priyanka, is Professor Gupta back with us?
Not yet, sir.
Yeah. So I will now invite Ashwini to take the floor. But in the meantime, may I request you to try and have a word with Professor Gupta?
Sure, sir.
You can do and how?
Yes, we'll get back to you on this one.
Ashwini, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you. Fascinating and rather distressing kind of analyses. Even more distressing that one generally tends to agree with the kind of dead ends that Pratap Bhanumehta is actually referring to. But there's a way out. He's talking about how feasible is it. I'm going to talk about these very big themes. There were the big words in the title. So the first thing I want to say is something about crises behind the crisis. I'm sure people have talked about this earlier, but I want to spin this out a little bit very quickly. And the first one I want to just talk about a bit is growth. Even if you have a high rate of growth, we know that we moved from talking about jobless growth to Kannan has been talking about job loss growth. McDonaldization, platform economies, gig economies, zero contracts, that kind of a issue. But behind is a structural phenomenon, which I think is on the whole could be called a dysfunctionality of labor in the process of industrialization, modern industrialization. It absorbs lesser and lesser labor. And so we have a situation where you can have a high growth rate, not absorb most of the labor, and the rest of labor then has to find a way of survival. Don Robinson, in the informal economy, is evidence that workers don't want to just keel over and die. It's a survival mechanism. Challenge is, can you make it into a viable accumulation mechanism? I'll come back to that. And you therefore have a gap, a very big gap. Now, this is not just India, it's more or less across the board because this is to do with the nature of industrialization. And what Dave was saying earlier about highly capital intensive methods producing t-shirts for 33 cents a go in the US using robotics tells you the way of things maybe to come. So that many of the lines of work that we think are taken for granted will actually could be challenged in the future. So that's, I think, one of the questions which is very central. And mostly the answer has been that we detach the question of the absorption of labor into a productive, into the productive mechanism, into the production system, and we place them on the side and then we put them into the transfer system, secondary mechanisms, whether it is NREGA, which should be production oriented, but very often has been seen as basically income transfer or UBIs and so on and so forth. Now, that brings it back to the fiscal side. Can you do it? Do you have the will to do it? Do you have the political thrust to do it? And all this. So I think the growth side, this is one of the big crises that we have, which has been there from before. It's nothing to do with this government per se, it's to do with the method of industrialization. The other one I want to mention is inequality. Globally, inequality has been built into high growth rates, or such growth rates as we've had, because essentially driven through financialization. The most extreme forms of inequality have come from the financialization of the production of value added, if you like, with money and incomes being concentrated in the top 0.1, top 0.01%, and so on of the population, through methods which are not sustainable. It's as if you have a large Ponzi scheme globally, which is going to crash periodically. And it does. And when it crashes, people come out at the top with greater resources, with a greater proportional hold. So inequality actually increases through the crises. So I think that's a very major issue which comes up. The third one is Instability in itself, as I said, is structurally built in, this instability. And we go back to the work of Hyman Minsky and so on, things like this, it's showing up now. Inequalities, social identity, gender, I think these are not to be set aside. They are now conflating, and Kanan and Ravindran and others have shown, that if the further down you go on the income scale, the higher is the concentration of excluded communities in it. So I think the issue of inequality cannot be separated, and we just treat it as a pure economic issue. The other crisis I want to come through again, which is predating what we're seeing with the pandemic, is the privatization of public goods. I think Pratap Bhanu referred to this about health and education, water, the air, security, information. They're seriously privatized. So it goes back to the old Hirschman thing about, you can make an economy and a thing for yourself because you exit from the public sector, you exit from public education, public health, and you make something for yourself, and the rest actually you can just ignore, and till there is a demand which is strong enough for it to be fulfilled. And I think that's a very major issue which has come up, which has shown up in the COVID thing now. The inequality in health is so spectacular that I think nobody can see that this is a viable mechanism. Just shows the degree of inequality we have generally. The other crisis, which again, I think is very often swept under the floor, is our exploitation of nature and the limits to growth type of analysis. And I think in the limits to growth, we are actually using nature beyond its means. We are using it up. And it's creating existential crises now, whether it is, we know all that about climate change, global warming, and all the rest of it. And but we moved from a system where you thought it was a certain risk and so on. We moved to a system of global uncertainty. We don't know. There's existential risk here. And now I want to say in this regard that this is a situation which the pandemic has now brought right up to the forefront, that you cannot have a global insurance scheme. You can have an insurance scheme when it's to do with idiosyncratic risk or even covariant risk, which affects groups which can rely on a larger population of those groups to actually insure themselves. But when it starts connecting everybody, I mean, the idea of having an insurance scheme actually disappears. So you are in a situation where you have to rely on your own accumulated assets, but not really on an insurance mechanism. So I think the market doesn't provide any answers there. And I think we have a serious issue of exposure, which will come up. Now, let me go from this question of growth. I want to ask a question about, well, let me bring in a sort of a trinity, which is an unstable trinity: globalization, inequality, and democracy. That's the kind of title which I had. I would like to say very bluntly, very sort of the bottom line, that globalization has contributed to inequality, increased it phenomenally. That's first. Secondly, if it's increased inequality to such extreme levels and has led to such exclusions, which we can observe, how is it compatible with democracy, which is representative democracy? And I don't think, I mean, this is a puzzle. How do you make it compatible? How do these three things hang together? And I think this is where I think what I'm going to say a little bit is connects very much with what Pratap Bhanu Mehta was saying, in the sense that, you can either say we are going to change the features of globalization. We're going to make the process more labor absorptive. You're going to make it more equal. And we are going to make it change the balance of the nature of the growth process. That's one. The second is we are going to address inequality issues directly in some form so that it becomes less of an issue, becomes compatible with democracy. So there's democratic purchase on inequalities and bring it down. But there's a third view. The third possibility is that inequality, you can't touch and you don't touch very much. It's all just cosmetics. Globalization is set in and you can't really change its basic character. So you're stuck with those two. So what do? You operate on democracy. You fiddle around with democracy in such a way that what we call democracy becomes compatible and sustains and legitimizes what you have already as an unequal society. How can you do that? Well, you do that through control. You do that through spin. You do that through creating artificial mechanisms of promises. The media helps in this regard. You have instruments of state coercion if somebody stands up against you. And you create an alternative discourse which could be nationalism, could be the nation state, could be socialism, could be something of that kind. I wouldn't like to make it just on India. You create anybody who's against this an enemy. So the enemy is outside and inside. You can use the Unlawful Activities Prevention or Lawful Activities Act. If somebody comes up and argues against you, you don't like dissent in this regard. So I think there could be many mechanisms. And of course, you can operate once you are in control of the center, you can operate to actually work out state, center, federal relations in such a way that you can actually extend your authority and power through democratic means of the parliament, of elections, mind you, to actually get to every village panchayat and have your say there. So I think there's a possibility here, which is being used quite powerfully, of being able to influence the democratic mechanism through, I would say, many of the means have been challenged in constitutionally, but it doesn't seem to work. So I think that's the kind of a framework we have here. Now, I want to then, in this regard, it's a bit of a crisis because we have here a new situation. The same kind of a crisis of growth and inequality was carrying on with the UPA government, and that's where the roots were as well globally. But this idea of what's happening with democracy and the democratic means is something which is new here, because now we have two agendas coming from the state. One is an agenda, which is a political agenda, and a new nation agenda, whether it's to do with Hindutva or something else, or Bharat and so on, or that kind of thing. And the other is the agenda of the economy, which is more or less similar, carrying on with continuities from the previous regime. But these two are in conflict. These two are in conflict. And I think that they are not sustainable, these two together, except through the means of force, but that will still not solve the problem of excluded labor. It will not get you lower inequalities. It will not get you a larger adoption of a generation of entitlements. So we are in a bit of a crisis. And the answer to this, which and I'm going to jump and come to the last bit. Well, is there any way out here in terms of the economy? I think I have to say a word about the economics of things. And I think my mind travels to China, where you had the whole exercise of rebalancing the Chinese economy when it came to the previous crisis, their financial crisis. And I think the question arises, is the Indian government setting about trying to rebalance the Indian economy through this Atmanirbhar and so on, and make in India a new strategy? It seems to imply protection. It seems to imply that, government managed things and so on. So I think there is that type of thing. And I'm reminded of Sujit Bhalla's work earlier, where you said low interest rates, low exchange rates, easy credit, and export orientation, which is the sort of the bottom lines of Korean development and the breakthrough. And can we have the same sort of a thing here? Kind of a new mercantilism in some form. I think that this strategy cannot work because the Indian economy itself structurally does not have that capability and flexibility of being able to rebalance itself in quite this way. Secondly, it's dependent, this entire strategy is still dependent on global demand. And this brings us to the elephant in the room, China, and what Dave has pointed out earlier, and I'm sure others have as well, the conflict between China, the trade conflicts between China and the US. If these markets are turning inwards, your global demand possibilities shrink. And so this idea of rebalancing within a global economy actually gets challenged. Now, is there something else which can be thought of as well? And I think here the question comes back to inequality. And I would like to say, inequality has very often been defended as a resource for growth. Jagdish Bhagwati said, oh, well, if there's inequality, marginal propensity to save, to invest is much higher with the richer people and so on. The low poor people just consume it and that kind of thing. No, I would like to suggest that if you think of inequality and you think of the poorer people and the kinds of things they buy, the kind of things they consume, if you want a consumer-driven growth, which is roughly the thing that we have of everybody, that's where we are, then I think the thrust of this extra consumption must really come from the lower sections of society, which means a major redistribution and shifting away from inequality is actually now instrumentally a potential source of growth and a substitute for having to find fiscal transfers for all these mechanisms. It goes back partly to the question of the informal economy and making it productive, but how do you actually do that? It's not so straightforward. But I think that's the kind of a thing that if you shift resources and the purchasing power into the pockets of the lower 50%, agriculture would be one of those things, I think that's where you can have a shifting and a rebalancing of the Indian economy. It's a slow process, but I think this is a necessary adjunct of anything else that you're thinking of, because on the other side is really what was talked about earlier by Dave and others, which is the geo-reliance platform type of economies. These are things which are not going to be labor absorptive. And the great worry here to me is that you can have the penetration, because of these scale advantages of these big giants, you can have the penetration of these producers of services and of wage goods, which normally would be produced by poorer people's wages, a consumption goods basket being produced by poorer people very often. But you have a situation where the wage goods basket is being produced increasingly by capital intensive means through large scale industrialization or large scale units, which do not actually absorb very much labor either. So you have then a crisis. I think that crisis becomes quite critical, because there's a gap here which is not being filled. So there is much to be sorted out. And I think having the Reserve Bank of India's monetary policy saying we've eased this and we've eased that and the rate of interest has come down a bit here and there is actually missing the point altogether. They've read the wrong textbooks, I think, in this regard. If you're looking at the investment process, it's not very sensitive in this area to the question of marginal changes in interest rates. The constraints are somewhere else, and they're very serious constraints. So we need a structural attitude to all this, which comes up. So I would like, I think, Deepak, am I out of time?
Exactly 15 minutes now, Ashwini.
So I think I would just like to end with one thing, which on the policy mechanism, if I may please, 30 seconds or so. And I think it's very worrying that where you have such large questions of economic strategy, which are confronting us, that the policy process through which we actually go about formulating a strategy does not inspire confidence. We have knee-jerk kinds of shifts and changes. Now we have this new Atmanirbhar, which sort of looks like an import substituting model of the old type. Yeah, we have that sort of thing come back. Well, but it requires a huge fleshing out if it is to be a strategy. It has huge constraints. It has limited possibilities structurally. Has that been worked out, or is it a speech? So I think that there's that side of things. Then, of course, we have this tendency to fight with the states and to fight within the country. And this is where the agenda of control within a different, the political agenda becomes counterproductive for an economic agenda. And I think that the question of who are the investment agents who are going to bring about this transformation and rebalancing the economy conflicts with the idea of a control and shifting the political agenda and pushing that along. We are in trouble in that regard. And the policy mechanism we've seen, which are decision-making mechanisms, which are, as I said, knee-jerk and the re-legitimation, take the question of migration, it is a disaster. There was no policy. There was total silence. Even the Supreme Court person said, we can't stop people from walking. It's the right to walk. And it took quite a long time before they could come back and say, no, you've got to do something. When it came to the trains from Karnataka, they said, you can't go out. We stopped the trains. Are these people slaves? When it came from UP, Chief Minister Yogi said, you need permission before these people can be hired out. Are they slaves? So we have questions here which are very large, which do with governance and the questions of control. And I think I tend to go down the track which Bhanu Mehta closed with, that the real problems here are very seriously political, and the lack of a constituency which can bring together the agents of labor and capital. After all, they have to work together to produce growth. And if you don't get that thing going, and we can't rebalance in favor of the lower sections of society, so that we have an indigenous, domestic, strategic depth, if I may say so, in demand coming out domestically, and we rely only on external markets, which are actually problematic. We need that, desperately need that rebalancing. But who's going to make that happen?
Thank you, Ashwini. Priyanka, is Professor Gupta back with us?
Not yet, sir. There's a power failure, and
okay.
Yes, I think there seems to be a problem with it.
All right. So what I would suggest is the following, that I will put a set of questions to the panelists who have already spoken, and allow each of them a few minutes to respond. And in the meantime, we have until 7:40. We have time. We have time. We have done well. I must thank the panelists for keeping within their limits. I am surprised that there aren't as many questions from participants as I expected. Perhaps it's fatigue at the end of the day. Perhaps you've been so eloquent that you have stunned them into silence. But there are a few questions, which I will place before you. And to that, I will add some of mine. Let me begin, let me follow the order in which the panelists spoke. For Dev, there are two questions. What is the future of the manufacturing sector in India in terms of employment, given your analysis? And two, does your new business model of surveillance capitalism, what does it mean for employment and for labor? Yeah. On that, you were silent. Another question which has come indirectly, you spoke of reshoring as distinct from offshoring, but there could also be relocation out of China into Southeast Asia. And that is beginning to happen, although that will be constrained by the fact that China is often the not quite the apex, but an important part of the top in the pyramid of global value chains. Umar, the questions for you are essentially twofold. First, what does the future hold for migrant workers in the context of digital platforms who are becoming increasingly important employers? What does it mean for the gig economy? If you think of India, where so many migrant workers suffered the most acute indignity, deprivation, hunger, in what form might they return to the gig economy and to the digital platform work? Okay. Rima, the one question for you is whether or not community responses at a micro level, such as Seva or women's groups in Kerala that Kannan has written about, could they make a difference? Is there a possible community effort or an institutional mechanism there that might protect the interests of workers? And if it could be replicated in terms of demonstration effects? Pratap, intuitively, I agree with almost everything you said. But is the future as dark? So the question I want to put to you, and by the way, there are a couple of people who are saying, surely you can think of some possible means of social mobilization for those who are excluded. Okay, there's a question from Professor Guman, which says roughly that. Can you think of mechanisms? Now, and another question which asks you, where is the silver lining in the outcome of your analysis? Are we really headed for that dreadful future? And I want to add a question, Pratap, to that for you. What you say about the nature of our politics is absolutely correct. If what has happened in the past 2 months did not produce any political backlash, let alone social mobilization from existing political formations, existing political parties, national, regional, where lies the hope? Now, you drew attention to one, that civil society could be a means of social mobilization, just as it could be a means of creating institutionalized mechanisms for accountability. But it may not be more of the same as it was in the UPA model, the Right to Information Act or the MNREGA. It may be slightly different, but surely it is possible. And two, if this regime is indeed as repressive, and all evidence suggests that, how long is it before it will alienate the workers and the poor and the migrants, who are an overwhelming proportion of the population? Now, in an electoral democracy, unlike a market economy, where the rich have more votes than the poor, every person so excluded has a vote. And you are the political theorists and the political scientists, but evidence from the past suggests that people in India as voters have exercised their judgment on governments, even if they are silent in the interregnum of 5 years. Is there, I mean, social mobilization, of course, is necessary, but is there some room that just that anger from the exclusion could also evict the government? Ashwini, the question, well, I will put one question to you, and a question that derives from Pratap's presentation. You spoke about the importance of rebalancing the economy, okay? Which is, I think all of us would agree, both necessary and desirable. But if I were to put myself in Pratap's place, I would ask the question, what is the political process in India whereby such a rebalancing of the economy would become possible? Okay. In China, it was in part the recognition that the growth based on external markets and rising domestic inequality were not sustainable because China was becoming vulnerable, and in part a recognition on the part of a repressive political leadership that they needed to create some legitimacy. Yeah. Now, what is the political process underlying your conception of a rebalancing of the economy? Now, on your globalization, inequality, and democracy, I would want to draw your attention to the work of Danny Roderick, and even I have written about that he poses these as a trilemma, that you have globalization, the nation state, and democratic politics, okay? You can have any two, but not the third. So if you have globalization and the nation state, both of which are more visible, you like to give up democratic politics. Yeah, I don't like the idea of a trilemma even in macroeconomics, because it creates rigid binaries. Because globalization, inequality, or nation state, democratic politics, they all have a range. There are a number of possibilities in terms of permutations and combinations. So the question, my question is, are you trying to use the Roderick trilemma to argue that democratic politics must give way? Because you don't mention the nation state, you mention inequality, but if you have these resurgent nationalisms everywhere, that Jomo described in the previous session as ethno-nationalisms, or these sort of populist, authoritarian, demagogue-type political leaders. Are you suggesting that, or are you suggesting something different? Okay. Let me stop. There are one or two more questions that have since come in. By the way, everybody has said very nice things about all the panelists and about the presentations. And that's why there are fewer questions. There's lots of appreciation. I wish I could read it out. A couple of other questions that have come up. Just one moment. Suddenly in the last 10 minutes, there are so many. Maybe what I will do is, I need to read, there were 25 more. So why don't I give you 5 minutes each in a first round, and then we see if the bunker is back, and if he's not, we'll continue with the second round. We have time. We have, Priyanka, please correct me if I'm wrong. We must finish at 7:45 p.m., correct?
That is right, sir.
So we have time. And, we've had a lot of appreciative word for the panelists. So let's start with the first round of 5 minutes. And I will certainly, I hope to get another round of 3 minutes each for all of you. So may I begin in the same order, or perhaps yes? Dave, Uma, Rima, Pratap, and Ashwini, in that order.
Okay, thanks, Deepak, for those questions.
But not more than 5 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, sure, I'll stick to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks. In the meantime, I'll read the other questions too.
Okay, the big question about surveillance capitalism, I'll just point out, first of all, that this is not my term. The term used by one Shoshana Zuboff, who wrote a book a couple of years ago on this. Now, this came to me only a couple of days ago when I was looking at this geo-reliance tie-up, and along with Facebook. And I could see that you're not having the data from the geo-telecom network, which will be used to support the retail network. And all of that will become into a huge manner of using data that will be taken from all of us. Data now is, as they're saying, the new oil. So it just struck me that this is the way in which it is going to be used across different sectors, which otherwise were quite unconnected. You had telecom networks, Airtel, Geo, etc. And then you had the retail networks. And now suddenly you're seeing the two get together. So you have 400 Geo members, along with a huge, what will be a very large retail network, linked with a chain of very mega stores where Reliance will then supply these Kirana stores, which will then all be linked together with Facebook and with other kinds of technology of that type. So you're having a new kind of surveillance capitalism where data that we all produce through our behavior is going to be utilized for a massive market structure, which we have not seen before. We've seen Amazon, we've seen etc. All of them, one area. Amazon is the biggest retailer in the world. Amazon is the biggest supplier of cloud services, but you don't see this kind of meshing together of 2-3 sectors coming into one. It's now, then after Geo and Reliance have come up with this, along with Facebook, Amazon is now taking it up with Airtel. I forget who is with who, but anyway, one of them with Airtel and another one, I think Google with Vodafone. So you're going to have this new type of thing. This is something new and it's coming out of India. Now, in a way, this is also a new nightmare. If we have Pratap Bhanu Mehta's nightmare of the new state, the surveillance state of different types, we're going to have a new kind of system of a linking up of a surveillance capitalism with a surveillance state, which will be a kind of combination of the worst possible that we can have. In terms of employment, is going to just the unorganized sector of the small Kirana stores and the small eateries will all be linked into one gigantic network, which will also be a financial network. It will not change the employment. It will not create much employment in the whole new system, but it's going to be a very, very powerful system to which everybody will have to relate. That's the first point. Secondly, with regard to manufacturing employment and the possible shift in supply chains, I think the two are connected. First of all, I think that I mentioned it, that the employment elasticity of manufacturing will go down. It's not going to remain as it were. Even the labor intensive exports like garments, we find, I've been part of a study of this, that those units which are relying more on labor intensive method, that is more on hiring more contract labor, utilizing more overtime, they are going out of business. And I think this pandemic lockdown will knock them out of business. Only the ones which are utilizing more of technology and therefore increasing the, reducing the employment per unit of output, only they are doing well. So this is going to happen in manufacturing. The employment elasticity will go down. We can only compensate for it by increasing the market. This is where the domestic market comes in. And if there is a rebalancing towards the increasing organization of the domestic market, that will help to compensate for a fall in the employment elasticity of manufacturing by itself. This is also related to the point with regard to, can there be a shift out of China into India or South Asia? I don't think there's going to be much of a shift. India has not done very well in being able to compete even with Bangladesh or Vietnam. We're losing market share to every other country. We were the third largest exporter of garments, and now we've gone down to 5 or 6. Even Vietnam and Bangladesh, they export more than we do. So we are not doing well. We have a very poor infrastructure. Sorry, we also have a very dysfunctional bureaucracy, which affects the low margin sectors more than it will affect the high margin sectors. Therefore, sectors like pharmaceuticals or IT, which are high margin and high returns, they don't have to very much worry about either the bureaucracy or the infrastructure. But the low margin sectors like garments or leather, they're not able to manage. You know, even the GST amounts have been held back. They have not received their refund they're supposed to have got. And all of this is going to affect the lower sections. So I don't see much of a shift out of China coming into India, unless it is done by Japan and the USA for strategic reasons. Japan has invested in the Delhi-Bombay corridor very heavily. They may decide that, look, we'd like to focus on that. Unless there's a strategic reason for USA and Japan to put their investments in China, into India, we're not going to have this shift in manufacturing out of China into India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. That's perfect. 5 minutes. Uma?
Thanks, Professor Nair. If I might indulge, can I also reply to the surveillance capitalism question?
In your 5 minutes, yes. Otherwise,
Yes.
in the next round.
Yeah, within the 5 minutes. I'll just make 3 points. I'd just like to add to what Professor Devanathan said about surveillance capitalism of Zubav's work. Actually, what's very interesting is this is as a part of the platform economy that is actually being very intrusive and intruding into the way human behaves, or way whether you as a consumer, you as a client, or you as a user actually behave. Now that has huge implications as far as the labor is concerned, and the implications are much more with regard to how every movement or every part of your work is actually tracked and monitored. So it is a worse form of control that can actually happen than what you see in the current capitalist kind of a state. So that's what is platform capitalism. Now, coming to the second questions that you asked, I'd like to reply in 2 ways. Now, the first one is whether the Indian migrant workers in India would come back or not. Now, the migrant workers in India will come back depending upon whether the platform business is going to be regulated or not. If platform business is not going to be regulated, platforms are free to operate, and the way they have been attracting workers and pulling them towards it is through by providing incentives and bonuses. And this is again dependent upon whether the migrant workers who have gone back home have other opportunities or not. If they do not have any other opportunities, and if these incentives and bonuses are very attractive to them, they are going to come back. So that's a scenario that is highly dependent upon how the Indian state is actually going to handle all of these companies. But at the same time, what is also happening is you also have digital labor online platforms, and that's what is going to be quite intrusive within the labor market, where you'll find a lot of traditional companies actually extensively using now a lot of these online labor markets to get their work done, whether it's professional, whether it's sales, whether it's creative, whether it's software. As I showed in the graph, software demand has grown up, both supply and demand. So that's the trajectory that is going to happen. And that is going to lead to platformization of Indian companies. And that's where we have to watch out, which has huge implications for the labor. And I think this is where it connects with what Professor Pratap Bhanu Mehta was also saying that you need a social mobilization. How is that social mobilization going to happen? I think unless and until the middle class is affected with their jobs and the realization comes that you do not have any jobs, probably that's the time for any sort of a change to come from the Indian public to bring it, to make the government realize. So I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, and we come back, Uma. There's time for a second round. Okay, in the meantime, I have been able to scan more questions, and there is now a flood. So if I am not able to get to all of them, participants, please forgive me. May I use this opportunity to add a couple of questions for people? There are two questions from Beena Agarwal and two from Indira Hirwe. From Beena, the question to Rima is, was Seva able to help preserve livelihoods of women during the lockdown in Gujarat? And if so, is there something that we can learn from Kerala too? For Pratap, there were two questions. One from Beena saying that given that there has been a decline in the political and bargaining power of trade unions, would a more vibrant rural economy, where, say, if migrants don't come back, I think Beena hints that, if I'm right, could that be a possible alternative? And a question from Professor Ghuman saying to Pratap, how can we create, if political parties and political formations and fail in terms of social mobilization, is there anything that can help develop the capacity of workers to resist such repressive politics? Okay, there are more. I'm sifting through them, but let us continue. Rima, your turn, and Uma will come back to you. I think there is time.
Thank you very much, and I think very fascinating discussion. So, to the questions as to whether or not community response.
May I just forgive me, Rima? I am being forgetful. I said at the outset, please forgive me for this interruption, that there were two questions from Indira Hirwe. I want to put them before the panelists because they are not necessarily addressed to any particular panelists. First, is there a role for academics to develop strong, rigorous alternative narratives, not in bits and pieces, but as a whole? Okay. And can academics find some connect with civil society organizations, trade unions, and others? And a second question from Indira again, NREGA, Pratap, you argued, did something for areas in terms of workers' rights, in terms of their bargaining power. She's asking whether an employment guarantee scheme in urban India, like the NREGA, could serve a similar purpose. Doesn't say it, but drive up real wages, improve bargaining power. So I'm so sorry, Rima. I did not want to forget this. Forgive the interruption.
Not at all, not at all. I think to the first question on whether or not community responses do exist and do they make a difference, definitely. They do exist, and there are several such examples, I think, in Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh, in Gujarat. I think we also have the whole cooperative movement, which definitely has made difference in several sectors. And the reason they make a difference is that, they are owned and managed, and, they address the real needs or issues of the community. So there's a strong community participation, and therefore I think they do make a big difference. The only caveat or one aspect that one has to see is that how do they become sustainable on a longer run, these movements. And I think that's one area. We also have seen that, if they are women-led movements, they do have a longer trajectory as well. And I think not just because I am with SEWA, but I think, it's the women individually, for the informal sector workers, for the poor to fight for their rights, or even for not for that matter to fight, but to demand, to speak up is very difficult. And therefore, I think coming together as a movement, coming together under one umbrella builds the collective strength. And it increases, therefore, the voice and the visibility, and highlights the work, the issues. It helps them raise the demands. I think in this new age, one has to look at what do the young in the working population need for such movements or for such responses to make a difference. And one has to look at new forms of mobilization. I don't think it's the middle.
I think we have lost Rima. Am I the only one who has lost her?
No, we cannot hear either.
We can't hear her.
Yeah. Okay. Priyanka, can you help? If she lost connectivity, maybe we can...
Yes, she has switched off her video, and I'll get back to you, sir. We have a number. Yeah.
Okay, then may I then move on?
Sorry, I got disconnected for a while.
Oh, great. Thank you. You're back.
Yeah. So that was to answer both the questions that were posed. And I think to the question on preserving livelihoods of women during the lockdown, yes, SEWA was able to preserve the livelihoods of women in certain trades, in trades such as small farmers, agro-processing, food processing, for the vegetable vendors. We were also able to diversify and look at new forms, look at innovations. The only sector where we were not able to maintain or preserve the livelihoods was the construction sector. But otherwise, I think we were able to preserve the livelihoods. A new area that emerged very significantly, and I don't think much of the effort has been done there, and I would definitely like academicians to really play a role there, to do a very detailed analysis and a study there, is the whole area of distance online education, online trainings, online capacity building. We were able to mobilize close to 3,000 grassroots trainers who converted their training modules into digital modules. So somebody was creating the PowerPoints, other women were giving their voice, and that's how the trainings continued. So whether we were in Gujarat and the training was happening somewhere in Maharashtra or somewhere in UP or in Ladakh or in Kashmir, how do you turn this into a form of livelihood? And that's another area. And I think academics definitely have a role to play. Who looks into the informality? Who looks into the studies of the informal sector? How do they survive? What are their coping mechanisms? What are the kinds of policies that are needed? I don't think anybody really understands when it comes to policy making. And also, there is another wide sector where one has to look at is the role of women in the economy. And that's another area where the academicians definitely will have a role to play. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Rima, I will read out a question for you from Beena Agarwal, not to answer now, but in a second round when we have time. Could you say how the fact that SEWA is a collective helped SEWA workers maintain some livelihoods during COVID? In Kerala, Bina finds that the women whose livelihood survive best were women farming in groups. So I leave that question to you for a second round. Pratap, may I invite you now? There are more questions for you, but I'll give them to you after you finish this first round.
So thank you for all those questions, and I'm sure I won't be able to just do justice to most of them. I think a couple of quick points. I think first, about both the role of academicians and where does one begin. I think the small silver lining, I think, is that the kind of thinking that Professor Seth talked about, which is where are we going with our development model? I think that debate is now wide open once again. I mean, it's kind of surreal. I mean, Professor Nair will remember this, but 8 or 10 years ago, if you went around Delhi, I think the general policy thing was our savings rate is 35%. That's the only thing we need. I mean, what else is there to do, right? We are on this kind of 8% growth as a birthright sort of trajectory. And to the extent that the kinds of discussions that labor economists were having for a long time, but were relatively marginal to thinking about India's development as a whole, I think become more mainstream. There's a little bit of silver lining. And frankly, there are a lot more areas of consensus. I mean, I think it is actually a remarkable moment, at least in economics, at least, where you can actually get the neoliberalizers and the left, whatever you might want to call them, to actually agree on a fair degree of rebalancing, right? And the question is, in a sense, how to make that kind of collective voice, I think, a little bit more powerful. I think the second thing, I think, is, this, I think, is implicit in Dina's question as well, I think, in the kind of extraordinary work that SEWA does, is, I mean, SEWA is, of course, a good example of brilliant institutional innovation, right? And one of the mechanisms that is at the heart of it is the collective dimension of it. But as I understand it from the outside, one of the key features of that collective dimension is creating certain kinds of structures of deliberation that allow members of that group to collectively respond to external shocks or internal challenges, right? And I think if you look at economies that have typically done well, right, one of the features they have is they actually have those collective structures of negotiation. Not so much bargaining is probably not the right metaphor, but even if you think historically, in a sense, let's say Germany, if you think of various other, right, where you think of creating structures of collective deliberation that can actually sit around and say, look, here's a kind of common challenge, which actually allows a lot more flexible adjustments than simple sort of rule-based intervention or legal interventions actually allow you, in some senses to do. Now, we are at a situation in our democracy where those are the structures, whatever pockets of them existed, have in a sense been decimated. But I think the question of what are forms of collective deliberation, what can we learn from the examples of SEWA and so forth, I think is one way to go. I think the third thing I'll say about sort of the role of elites and role of middle class, which is, and there I'm just putting on a skeptically realist hat. I think that old wisdom that revolutions don't happen unless elites want it to, I think is true. By the way, it's also true that it's only elites who destroy their own institutions, almost send them the masses. And I think insofar as there has been a kind of elite consensus around the kind of sort of exclusion and repression that Professor Seth talked about, that somehow you can kind of sequester the demands of democracy through various forms of misdirection. So long as that consensus holds, and that consensus is willing to put up with fairly large degrees of repression, social normalization is not going to make huge amounts of difference. And let's not forget, right? We do have 4 years to another national election. 4 years is a very long time, very, very long time. So I think, I think it'll be a little bit complacent to say, okay, let's look at those electoral mechanisms kicking in, because the kind of destruction and disruption that can happen in 4 years at this particular juncture, right, where we can't take a lot of our paradigm for granted, I think is fairly significant. Will the migrant workers, be a force for that change? Beena's question in some senses. Look, honest answer is we don't know. But I don't think they are going to be able to translate that discontent into, in some ways, any form of political articulation, unless elite structures of political articulation change with it, and in some senses give them the space to do so, right? I think we've already moved on from the migrant crisis, frankly, in national media. I mean, the Supreme Court has, after the fact, issued some orders. But if you look at sort of what's occupying national consciousness, right? That's already yesterday's news. And I think we underestimate the degree to which is the forms of mediatized politics that actually now generate real effects in politics are still in some ways, so much in control. Indian elites have to realize often that, one of the possibilities that happens in stress situations like this, that we often assume, right, that if there is a kind of political suppression, there'll be a political counter reaction. But, societies can also, in some senses, turn inward, where the form of discontent is not in terms of political articulation. It's in terms of suffering, social pathology, alienation, anomie, right? It might actually get expressed in forms that we can't even imagine, which are not conventionally political. But those are exactly the forms that then allow the state to, in some senses, legitimize its agenda in, look, the forces of disorder. Again, I suspect you'll get a lot of discussion of crime in the next 6 months, right? With all its embeddedness in sort of this, this kind of social crisis, but we will not draw the right conclusion in some ways, right? So to that extent, I think elite discourse actually matters a great deal to how this moment of political opening will, in some senses, get activated. Last and final point, I think this was a question about an urban NREGA. I mean, in principle, I think it's an attractive idea, and certainly, like NREGA, has the attraction of being self-targeting, the standard challenges of designing support there. But this is a question I would defer to, I think, more competent economists to actually carefully work out the pros and cons of doing an urban employment guarantee scheme, guaranteed scheme, versus other forms of income support. I mean, I think there are strong arguments on both sides, but that's certainly that it should be upfront on in a sense urban. For example, if you have an urban guarantee, what does it do to the relationship between urban and rural and the forms of urbanization that take place? In fact, you could probably even have unintended consequences. Is that better than a UBI of some kind? I think from a normative point of view, frankly, I'll lay my cards on the table. I think the UBI is a far more defensible. I really think we underestimate the degree to which, first of all, a lot of micro decisions affect poverty, and the state cannot be saying people will not have the choice, only elites will have that choice. And that's the biggest attraction of UBI. I think UBI is a charter of freedom, frankly. It allows economic agents to take lots of small decisions with the state can't second guess. And I think it uniformly will increase their bargaining power. Now, whether it's compatible with productivity efficiency, I hope some smart economists can square that circle.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratap. Ashwini, last but not least, Dipankar, I'm afraid, is still without power in Vasant Vihar. So he may not be able to join us. If he can, he will let us know. Ashwini, one more question from you, from Samar Verma. That is it possible, given the massive economic and social inequalities that exist, particularly in urban India, is it possible to generate livelihoods in rural sectors of India and in rural India, where you could have consumption-led growth driven by the poor or the non-rich from rural India? That's a question from Isamar Verma. So 5 minutes, and then, you know, if time allows, I'll give everybody 2 minutes for a last word, and I will not take any time.
Okay, thanks. So many questions, and well, some answers. I think let me take a couple together. This is Indra Hirve's question about, you know, can there be a holistic approach to an alternative? My own sense is that it's there's a gap between setting up a blueprint and actually having a blueprint which can be taken to the street, to the parliament, to the people, and get some political thrust behind it so that it becomes actually something which can be translated into a program. Now, I don't know if that's going to, if that power is there. I think Pratap was saying earlier that there isn't on the whole. And I also have that sense at this point in time, but things are fluid. Things, you know, it's politics, and it's fluid, it's dynamic. And I think that the very fact that there are kinds of controls over dissent and over creating an alternative, not just a discourse, but alternative set of instruments and mechanisms through which you can suppress democratic opposition, which would include alternative economic programs, for instance, if you took them to, you know, actively into being able to say, oh, do this and do that, and this is right and this is wrong, you would probably induce opposition as well, which is democratic, which would be fine. But I think that there's the kinds of, look, it's not just an Indian issue. If you see the US and you see the kind of inequalities which are there, and you see the kind of state of education or the lack of education, and the way that the system actually manipulates both the media as well as the PSEs and both parties, and then what I call, you know, the slide into plutocracy, because the big plutocrats actually fund both parties. And I think that's not such a strange observation also for India. So you have a system there where opposition, although you have huge inequality, huge exclusion, there's also the question of discouraged workers, of you know, the people are in a state of depression. They do not think they have the political agency to do anything, and they fall away from the political process. And I think this is where we are, in a way, labor is very fragmented. Labor is the thrust of, I think, has to be the thrust of an alternative, because they're the ones who are most affected by it. And I think that formulating, for example, Amit Bhadri had this thing on an employment-driven strategy of development, looking at predatory growth and all the rest of it. But I think where's the thrust behind it? This is where we don't have a pan-India, what should I say, umbrella organization like a political party, which can really bring all these things together into a viable political force at this point in time. Will it come together in our Indian polity? It's a complex game. You know, even before the last election, we sometimes saw people thought, if this state goes this way, if that goes this way, we might have something or the other, and so on. You know, there was some form of temporary optimism. It was a fleeting moment, it was a snowflake moment, perhaps, but it tells you the power of what that form of that formation, nascent formation, which you'd like to see, what it's up against. Because if you actually control the center, you control really a large part of the provinces as well, if you have your machine with you. And there is a parallel machine which is very powerful, which can be used in this framework in India. So this is it's an open question to me. So indeed, what Chandra is saying is very true, an alternative program, but I think putting together the alternative program might not be as difficult as it might appear to be, but taking it to the next stage is the real issue. And I'll give you one small example here. Relationships, say, between those who are representing the informal economy and formal trade unions. Okay, I'll leave it at that, but it's not a straightforward relationship. So where are we going with this? Are we creating a schism, a chasm between the working class itself? Now there's an issue there. So I think that yes, there is another narrative, and to have that. So now, Deepak, you said something about the trilemma and so on. I've written on this thing about this, I called it an unstable trinity. It's actually an unholy trinity, I think I might have used the term 100, but I've written on this now for the last 15 years or so. So I've not paid attention to variants which have come from Danny Roderick or whoever. I've done my own thing, but so I was not relying on that analysis at all. I'm saying, and I think that the source of it really is that there are some things which are fixed. So it's a challenge to say, can you change the nature of the growth process to make it more inclusive? That would be part of the program, alternative program, we would think. Very difficult. If you're a China, you could do it. They could shift income into the rural sector. And I entirely agree with that. I have the same view as you do about the Chinese pressures and the ability to rebalance the economy. Now, we have the similar pressures, but can we do it? Do we want to do it? And I think the answer to both those questions is a qualified no. So I think that when it comes to, can you change the structure of growth to make it more inclusive? You could, but you're up against the corporates, you're up against the government, you're up against everything. And I don't think it's so straightforward to say the main investment agency of the country is going to be shifted somewhere else. It won't. Does it mean that it's going to go into the other sectors, which is going to be rebalancing sectors, which goes into agriculture, which goes into the informal economy, and goes into fiscal policy, and things of this kind like NREGA and the other things of this type which we have. Not to forget that NREGA was done by the UPA government, but the UPA government, I see that, there was one session on the NCEUS, which is the National Commission on Employment in the, small enterprises and organized sector. But the UPA didn't take it up. They let it stayed on the shelf. It was a very powerful program. And everything you're talking about at this point in time was there in that program. Yeah, I saw it very closely. This is when Arjun and Ravi and Kanan and all these people were very much part of that. And it had a lot of backing from the, let's say, the democratic liberals, the deep democratic liberals. It stayed on the shelf. So I think that there is a question even there with the power of the UPA there and your own people, so to speak, in government, you couldn't carry that through because there was an opposition. So I think that there is a real issue, which I think Pratap Banametha, I think he's pointed out that, we don't have the political thrust behind it at this point in time. And how does it come about? And I think 4 years is a long time, both ways. I fear that the control of the media, I think this is one of the things which I think is very, very critical. The way that a new crisis comes, the attention deficit disorder, generated by the media.
Ashwini, may I request you to wind up? I want to give
okay.
1 minute to each person.
All right. I will, but let me also say that when you're talking about, one little thing which struck me is that take agriculture. We say, policies for agriculture. But if you talk to youth in agriculture, they don't want to stay in farming. They want to move out. So we have a pretty big structural crisis here. And will this government, with all the powers it has, do it? I don't think they can square this circle. They will have to come back to the critical issue of democracy not working, inequality is not going down, there being a major mass entitlement failures, which COVID is bringing up, but the shortness of the memory, the attention deficit disorder. For example, what about demonetization? Was that become an issue? It sort of disappeared, it melted away. So this is
actually, may I just move back one last round? I have 5 minutes more. Professor Gupta is not going to be able to join us. I had hoped that I would be able to give you 2 minutes each. I am not going to take even a second. Except in a lighter way, there is a question about what does Atmanirbharta mean for labor? So, one of my former students,
you're on your own, buddy.
One of my former students said, "We sab log Atmanirbhar bane, migrant hain, garib hain." That is Atmanirbharta. However, 1 minute each, and at 7:45 I will end. In the same order, please. A last word, whatever you wish to say. Dave?
Okay, I will just make the point that there's a lot of work for us economists, besides other intellectuals. We need to think of different futures. We need to think of different theories. Our theories have brought us to where we are now. We cannot use the same theories to solve the problems we have created. This was what Einstein said. You cannot use the same problems, the same theories to solve the problems you have created. So we need to think of new theories. This is the Anthropocene, where we are a force of nature, and we need to have a theory that is reflexive and reflects the fact that we not just utilize nature, but create it. Thank you.
Uma.
Yeah. I think the situation as of now is pretty depressive, very clearly, and I think Professor Dipankar Gupta put it down. But while the state of affairs is not so great, and there is so much of dissent, whoever voices it out, especially when one is talking about elites and the role of academics, but I do still think that one cannot sort of give up. And I think one needs to come out with strategies to see what could be the alternative. Here, there are 2 points that I would like to quickly make. One is that I think we tend to somehow restrict ourselves to certain piecemeal schemes, or whether it is an NREGA type or the UBI. While they are important to take care of certain welfare rights, I think there's a larger alternative economic policies that need to be developed to see how we can actually generate employment for a range of skills and range of sectors. And the second point I want to make is that recently the government of India, in a number of states rather, have sort of reformed and watered down many of their labor laws. And I think the role of international governance and the role of ILO in that matter played a very important role. So if internally, things cannot be mustered up and things cannot be done, there is an external body which can come in to protect. I know you're skeptic about it, but I still think that, there could be some way that the ILO can play a role here.
Thank you, Ma. Rima?
Good try.
I think I would just say that, from what I was speaking, the words of Kasturiban again, which keeps ringing in my ears, that we are not afraid of difficulties and hardships. All we want is work, and we will build our own way out of this difficulty. So I think this is a loud and clear message that, the informal sector workers, especially the women, they will not wait for the society to do something, or for the government to do something, or for anybody else. But I'm sure they will take charge of their own lives. As we always say, we shall overcome someday. Because at SEWA, we very firmly believe that poverty is also a form of violence with the consent of the society. And that's what we will collectively fight out one day. Thank you. I could not answer Beena ji's questions, but maybe I'll write to her separately.
Thank you, Rima. Pratap.
So 2 quick things. One on Atmanirbharta. So here's another big elephant in the room, right? First of all, as Professor said, Atmanirbharta means we are all on our own. And I think it's another form of kind of individualization. I mean, I think we've always been Atmanirbhar, right? I mean, in some senses, individuals of the kind that, Rima ji were talking about have always, in a sense, creatively fended for themselves. So the question is not Atmanirbharta at an individual level. The question is, how do you mobilize that creativity for actually greater collective good? I think that's a structural, but the big elephant in the room is this on Atmanirbharta. We were always taught that financialization and financial globalization was probably going to be more distortionary than trade globalization, right? At least trade puts you at the frontiers of technological production. If you're thinking of productive efficiencies, no economy can be middle income unless it's an export economy. What are we doing right now? We're doing the reverse. We are saying we'll raise trade and tariff barriers, but we will open the financial sector. Guess for whom, right? Can you name any other economy in the world where one company, right, can enjoy this much plutocratic power across 5 or 6 critical sectors? Telecom, energy, defense, education, media, right? Where if the slogan is Atmanirbhar, the only thing you are welcoming is inflow of financial capital, right? Allowing access, right? Now there may be good reasons for it, right? But I'm just saying that the contradiction is actually only getting sharper in terms of where we stand in relation to globalization. We will reverse the wrong things, right? And allow I think, even greater financialization of the kind that was distortionary. So just one more thing on the table.
Yeah. Ashwini, just 1 minute, please. Forgive me for that, but I have to move to the concluding session.
One is about picking on what Uma was saying, her optimism or the hope about the ILO. The ILO is a downstream advisory body, and may it be strengthened forever. And we've all sort of been all with the ILO. May it happen. Will it have the purchase in these countries? I leave that Uma to work out. I'm sure she's got an answer to that. I wish I could be as optimistic, number one. Number two, we never ask in the ILO, labor is a derived demand. We never ask where the demand comes from. We don't integrate into the agenda of the ILO the sources of the demand for labor and the kinds of demands which actually lead to the kind of issues which are holistically required to fulfill full employment, decent work, and so on. We only look at the downstream issues. Half the side, you can't have the other side missing. So there's nothing about capital in it. Take the UNDP. Human face, human face, human face, human face. Comes from where? Where is your conceptualization of the accumulation process? It's missing. That's the elephant in the room. There's nothing, it's not there at all. So you have to, why? Because they have no money. So now I switch to the question of the programs, and can we say the programs?
I must.
I'm not closing. Take the question of the UK election just now. Yeah. And Corbyn and everybody said the Labour Party, my God, the same thing about inequalities. He has a wonderful agenda. Everybody's for it. The youth are for it. Workers are for it, and so on. Where did it go? Got distracted by get Brexit done. And they got hold of it. Here as well, we can have an agenda of many kinds, but actually to get the political thrust behind it in a system which is so controlled by the plutocrats in this way, that's where, in a way, the issue is. But that's where it is. And that's what has to be fought. And that's what has to be evolved. And I think they are, well, 4 years is a long time, but I think that's where the game is.
Well, on behalf of all of us, I would like to thank most sincerely the panelists for what has been a very lively session, and thank the participants for their patience. They haven't diminished in number. The questions grew at an exponential rate, and please accept my profuse apologies because I was not able to do justice to the questions that came at a very late stage. My last word, much as the future looks dark, 4 years is a long time, both ways. I think a better world might just be possible, or I hope a better world is possible. Thank you all. I am most grateful on behalf of the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
On this note, I would just like to say thank you to Professor Nair and to all the panelists for their very engaging, interesting, enlightening discussion. And it is now time to reflect on the policy and the research challenges. If I could just hear from Ms. Dagmar Walter, if she could please switch on her video and if she could join us.
I'm here, Priyanka. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We can hear you and we can see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have all the people of the final session. Just give me a moment. Thank you. We are now in the final session of this very interesting virtual conference. This is a 2-day conference. I invite Professor Alakhin Sharma, Professor and Director of Institute for Human Development and the editor of Indian Journal of Labor Economics, to start this final session with his remarks. It is now time to summarize all the deliberations of this conference. Professor Sharma, please.
There is no time to summarize. There must be fatigue now, and in 5 minutes, this all the rich presentations and discussions, 21 presentations, including that by Jerry in the opening session, and so much discussions, it is very difficult. It has been a really very, very fruitful and engaging conference, and I would like to thank ILO, particularly Dagmar Walter and all other colleagues from ILO for partnering with us in organizing the conference. I would also like to thank my colleague Devanathan for working hard and putting together all these, and Priyanka, you for putting hard labor into it and making it possible. Jerry Rogers and Ravi Srivastava also worked for the conference, and I would also like to thank them. As I said, there is no time for any summary, providing any summary, just a few, in 3-4 minutes, a few points. I think there has been undoubtedly profound impact on labor and employment, as well as growth process because of this pandemic. In the very beginning, the first session, there was a speculation or guesstimate by Sudipta Mandal that economy might contract between -2% to -5%. And in worst case scenario, it might be even -10%. So situation is evolving. So nothing is very, very definitive at the moment. But many ideas came, many insights came. Certainly, demand for labor, employment has contracted. Unemployment rate has increased to, as CMI data, something like 25% has increased. Ajit Ghosh provided estimates of something like 40% loss in total employment. Also, young people have suffered most. Urban areas have suffered most. Small traders and small businesses have suffered most, and of course, migrant workers. Women have suffered most. Less educated have suffered more. So all these, some just quick points I am about agriculture. There was divergence of opinion. Macro data says that agriculture will grow at 3%, but experiences at micro level suggested that agriculture has also suffered, but not to the extent which manufacturing and services have suffered. Also adversely impacted our rights of workers in terms of their bargaining power and labor rights. The state has addressed these issues in a variety of ways. India, it has been mostly reform and stimulus, not relief, which is needed. So what kind of research agenda we can provide? I'm just giving a few points which came to my mind while listening it. First of all, there is no doubt that there is a need of more rigorous research now, because many of the trends which emerged were tentative and in fact somewhere reflective. So need for research on differential impact of this pandemic on wage loss, employment loss, on the lines of gender, groups, also regions. All regions have not been affected uniformly, and how marginalized groups particularly have been impacted. How supply chain functioning has been disrupted. How small and medium enterprises have responded, and how they have been particularly impacted. Particularly those self-employed enterprises which are very small, micro enterprises. There has been change in definition of micro enterprises by the government now, and that doesn't take care of the needs of the small enterprises. So there is need of how industry is adjusting and reorient to the pandemic in terms of skills and job and retracement and recruitment. So there is a need of sector-wise, category-wise differential impact on labor and employment, and how formal, informal jobs and how casual, contract, and permanent employees are affected and recover from the crisis. Then a few other points there, and then I will stop. Migration has come out a big issue, and it will impact origin areas and destination areas differently. In terms of wages, in terms of wage income, in terms of overall development of the region. So, and this has been a neglected area, and there's been, similarly, inequality came, and in the wake of this new, already inequality was rising. Now, in the wake of platform economy, globalization, and all that, there is evidence that inequality will further rise. Social protection came in a big way. Almost everybody talked about strengthening of social protection. Differential experience of other countries were cited. Whether there should be a strengthening of NRVGA, whether there should be universal basic income, there should be wage subsidy to enterprises, what should be the subsidy to enterprises who employ new workers, so what will be the role of finance, and all that is came. Similarly, informalization, whether informalization will further increase in the wake of platform economy, increase in on-farm work, what will happen to all these trends. And then we are just in the last session, we are talking about labor rights, what will happen in the platform economy, what kind of social mobilization role can play, what is going to happen to collective bargaining, what role the social mobilization, or what is the possibility. So all these things this needs to discuss. And finally, I will say growth path. Again, in the last session, we were talking about what kind of growth path India should adopt. There is need of rebalancing the economy, maybe agriculture-based, consumption-led growth, all we were taught, whether there is a role of wage goods model type of which economists talked much earlier. So what kind of growth path when there is a going to be robotization and increase in platform economy. So all these were questions, and there are many issues which of course, I'm not able to discuss here because of time, and also I have not been able to absorb everything. So thank you very much for participating in the conference and enriching it. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Sharma. I would now like to invite Ms. Dagmar Walter. She's Director of the ILO Decent Work Technical Support Team for South Asia and Country Office for India. It's all yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Dear speakers and audience, colleagues and friends, I really certainly wish to recognize all the contributions and contributors who made this conference such a success, and I would say so relevant at this time and this juncture. All the audiences who had an opportunity to participate in this two-day conference are fortunate to witness this series of highly interesting discussions. I am certain that these insights will significantly contribute to shaping the response strategies for emerging out of the labor and employment crisis posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, this pandemic has brought out the fault lines in our economies and societies. Before us, there is a task of building a future of work which tackles these injustices that the pandemic has highlighted. It is the responsibility of all of us who have gathered here to continue voicing the need for prioritizing decent work for all. The policy choices that are made today will shape the future of work in India and elsewhere. We would like to see that the fault lines are being addressed so that the outcomes become better ones. Not to go back to the old normal, nor a worse normal, but a normal that will bring social justice, closer to realization. Let me at this point thank the panelists and the moderators for taking out the precious time of their schedules to be part of this event. We are indeed enlightened with your expert comments and reflections on the important dimensions of implications of the COVID-19 crisis for labor and employment in India. I want to congratulate my ILO colleagues and also IHD and ISLE for organizing this conference within a short turnaround time and effectively overcoming all technical challenges posed by the current circumstances. And I, from my heart, thank you, Mr. Alak Sharma, Mr. Deepak Nair, Mr. Devnathan, and your team, and specifically you, Priyanka, for managing this event so very well. I do acknowledge the hard work that has gone into carefully planning and executing this event and making it such a success. I also really want to thank and recognize that we have had such a diverse audience from government side, from employers, workers' organizations, of course, academia, also enterprises, and also United Nations colleagues, as well as media have attended. And for ensuring the engaging nature of this conference. I do in fact believe that all our learnings will further contribute towards the strengthened recovery efforts from the labor and employment crisis that we are currently facing. As I understand, the contributions from the speakers at this event will be captured in the next issue of the Indian Journal of Labor Economics, along with articles and insightful analysis. This will ensure that the knowledge collected here will be well documented and also further widely spread. I expect that it should also set the agenda for future research on the recovery of world of work from the impacts of COVID-19. And I can assure you all that we will continue our deliberations and also the efforts that we undertake together in this regard. So with those few words, I wish to again thank you all for your attention and also your precious time that we have spent together. And I have dearly enjoyed these 2 days of the conference. Thank you so very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dagmar Walter. And thanks to you also for supporting us with this conference. Yes, I would now invite Professor Deepak Nair, the President of Indian Society of Labor Economics, Emeritus Professor Jain and former Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, to give his closing remarks. Sir, it's all yours.
I must be brief. It has been a long day and patience is an inexhaustible resource. I would simply echo the gratitude that has already been expressed by Professor Sharma and Ms. Walter for all the work that has gone into it, the organizers, the panelists, the participants. We owe you a debt of gratitude. I will not even attempt to sum up or distill what emerges as a research agenda. My sense is that the panelists wove a beautiful mosaic in terms of analysis and a profile on the basis of very little evidence in an unfolding situation. And that is unusual. And I think that in doing what they did, they laid out a research agenda. We don't need to specify it further because almost all of them left us with as many questions as they provided answers. And it is for us to pursue. The only thing I would say in conclusion is that I wish there had been somewhat more explicit discussion and focus on the consequences of the pandemic in India for economic growth and hence for poverty and inequality. For what it is worth, you know, I have never believed growth is necessary but not sufficient for development. But the fact is that rapid rates of growth over the past 25 years have actually led to a very significant reduction in absolute poverty. But the people between the two poverty lines, the vulnerable, remains very large. I don't know whether Kannan is here, but he was part of the Sengupta Commission that estimated it. And I fear that a large number of these people will once again be pushed below the poverty line. Just as the inequality that has risen so rapidly in the age of markets and globalization will probably witness a further accentuation, not simply in the share of the richest 1%, which in India has now climbed to 20, but a big drop in the share of the poorest 30%. So I would like to end with a focus on what is often described as the triangle of growth, poverty, and equality. And I hope research will focus on this too. May I leave the final word, the vote of thanks, to Professor Devanathan. And in so doing, he will speak for me too.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have been listed as coordinator, but really I was not just the coordinator. There were 3-4 others along with me. It was done by Jerry, Ravi, Alak, and myself, with some help from others like Deepak Nair and Dagmar Walter and Noman Majid, who all helped us at various times in putting together what came as a number of panels. So we really have to thank all the panelists and the moderators who put in so much work and presented so many materials for us to all think about and many questions before us. But behind the whole scene, there was a whole lot of people, many of whom we did not see. There was Yogender, the IT officer from ILO. There was Nilesh, also communication and knowledge officer from the ILO. There was Jyoti Girish from IHD, who looked after the mass mailing of all the invitations for this conference. There were Daniel Avesi, communication team member of IHD, Aditi Madan, associate communication manager, IHD, and the leader of the team, and I might say the conductor of this whole orchestra, Priyanka Tyagi, who really, well, conducted it very well, if I may say. We may all keep our mics on and give her a thanks. We can't do an applause like we usually do in a hall, but we can give her this kind of applause. But I would like to leave you with one question. Is this the new normal for ISLE conferences? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Professor Nathan. But we have the president of ISLE and the whole person behind ISLE is Professor Alak Sharma, who would answer this. In addition to what Professor Devanathan just said, I would just like to add on a few more people. Yes, Aditi for also doing all the social media posts, the creatives. Daniel has been with us. But on the back end, we have Wahid and Fatima, who did all the web designing, the emailers and things like that. We've troubled them day in, day out. They are our vendors, so thank you to them also. And Arzu for designing the whole conference website and the emailers and stuff. So that, and also the whole team behind me, as Sir has already mentioned, Aditi, Daniel, Nilesh, Yogesh. Yogendra has always been there with us, helping us with all the technicalities. So it takes a village to get all this, the whole thing together. So my village is that. And for me personally, thank you very much. It is indeed an honor to share screen space with all you noted, academicians, people from whom we learn. And thank you for setting up the research agenda for all the future generations, for all the policy discourse in future. I would also like to add on, yes, there's an IJLE issue coming in, but we are going to disseminate the takeaways from this conference through the media, through our website, through our social media in the next week. So please stay connected with us. Please visit our Facebook, visit our Twitter, Please visit our website with all the updates. All the resources of this conference will be put up together on our website as well. And I would like to thank all the seniors, Professor Alak Sharma, Ms. Dagmar Walter, Professor Devnathan, and Professor Deepak Nair, Professor Ravi Srivastav, Dr. Jerry Rogers, and everyone who contributed to this conference. Thank you so very much. This brings us to the end of this two-day conference, and most importantly, to all the attendees who took time out, who spent their internet data for listening to us, the ISLE younger people who joined us, who contributed, who engaged with us. Thank you so very much. All the links, all the video links will be available on our YouTube channel, which is IHD India, and also will be put up on our website. I'm reiterating this again. Thanks to everyone. Thank you so very much. And yes, goodbye.